let's have a look at the different types of wireless encryption. It started off with WEP. There was a specification by the IEEE called 802.11i that talks about the security mechanisms for 802.11 networks, but WEP was the first. WEP stands for Wired Equivalency Privacy, and so it's advertising itself as the equivalent to being wired. But as it turns out, because of the way the initialization vector worked and the way WEP implemented the RC4 protocol and many algorithm, and many other reasons, WEP was hackable. And so next came EAP, the Extensible Authentication Protocol, that has many different ways to extend authentication. And that came along with WPA and implementations of EAP like LEAP by Cisco that helped to make Wi-Fi more secure. One of the things about WPA is the use of TKIP, which is Temporal Key Integrity Protocol. Temporal key. So one of the problems with IV, initialization vector of WEP, and some of the aspects of it is that it never changed, giving an attacker all the time in the world to crack into WEP, whereas with WPA, the keys disappeared. They were temporal key integrity protocol. And so this helped boost WPA as a replacement for WEP, but soon enough, TKIP was able to be hacked also, but by then we had WPA2. So WPA2 came in two flavors, WPA2 Personal and WPA2 Enterprise. WPA2 Personal is the one that most people that use Wi-Fi, watching, participating in this class, that's what you're using. So in your home, apartment, flat, in your small business, anytime somebody asks for your key or your password for Wi-Fi, that's a sign that you're using WPA2 Personal. With WPA2 Personal, what it does is it does the authentication right there at the wireless access point, whereas WPA2 Enterprise uses EAP and possibly 802.1x and uses another server, not the access point, to authenticate the user, like for instance a Radius server or some other type of authentication server. So that makes it much safer because you're not storing any passwords on the wireless access point, and that allows you to do logins that synchronize with Active Directory or other directory services, so you can log directly into your network, into your domain, for instance, through WPA2 Enterprise. A couple things to think about with WPA2 and WPA2 Enterprise is AES. AES is available with WPA2. AES is the Advanced Encryption Standard, and with that, along with CCNP, it really makes security pretty strong in terms of encryption for the especially WPA2 Enterprise. There are other items that make it more secure, including Radius, like I was talking about before, and also PEEP, which is a protected extensible authentication protocol that actually uses transport layer security in a tunnel. All these technologies that you see here, for the most part, are WPA2. There's a new kid on the block, and that is WPA3, third generation Wi-Fi security protocol using GCMP 256 for encryption, HMAC SHA 384 for authentication, much more secure than WPA2. And if you have an opportunity to use it. Use WPA3. So a few things to talk about. Not going to spend too much time on this, but WEP was very hackable right out of the box. Defined by the 802.11b standard, designed to make it as secure as a wired LAN, but that 24-bit initialization vector or the stream cipher of RC4, which was implemented improperly, it had significant vulnerabilities and flaws, easily cracked. There are so many tools to crack WEP. In fact, if you were to go to a browser tab and type in crack WEP, you'd find all kinds of resources for cracking WEP. WPA came along, it's better. It implemented RC4 properly. It uses that temporal key integrity protocol, 120-bit 64 MIC integrity check. Much better with integrity checks, extended vectors, and rekeying mechanisms so that They didn't stay around for attackers. But one of the problems with WPA is it didn't use AES, so it wasn't available for government and military networks in the United States. But along came WPA2, like I was talking about before. It's an upgrade to WPA, and it comes with that nice little cipher block chaining message authentication protocol, AES security, meaning that I can use it in a government network. Again, coming in two flavors, personal or enterprise. That personal with the pre-shared key, enterprise with 802.1x or radius, allowing us to extend the communication capabilities. Like for instance, I can have biometrics, I can have certificates, I can have all kinds of stuff with EAP and WPA2 Enterprise. But WPA2 eventually is going to run its course, and hopefully at some point everybody will have WPA3 encryption, which is way better with AES GCMP 256. Now, with WPA2 personal, you have a pre-shared key. That pre-shared key stores the information in hashes on the access point, which means that a determined attacker can exfiltrate those hashes and use password cracking techniques to crack into WPA2 personal. So WPA3 personal uses a different methodology for password-based authentication, which is called SAE, the Secure Exchange of Equals protocol, also known as the Dragonfly Key Exchange. In fact, attacks against WPA3 personal mode encryption use the word dragon in them. We'll see that in just a moment. So they usually attack that Dragonfly Key Exchange. It's actually resilient to dictionary attacks and key recovery attacks. With Enterprise, it's even better, protecting that sensitive data with that super encryption and cryptographic capabilities, including ECDSA 384 for key exchange. So Enterprise, WPA3 Enterprise has actually been pretty resilient, but there are some attacks that have been used against WPA3 in general, and in specific, the Dragonfly Key Exchange in WPA3 Personal. All right, so if you're looking at all of the types of attacks and the types of protocols and the algorithms and the initialization vectors and the key management and so on, by far the best encryption to use is WPA3. So if you have that choice, use WPA3. But there are two caveats. Number one, when you implement WPA3, make sure everything is using WPA3. All your phones, your tablets, your laptops, your desktops, whatever needs Wi-Fi needs to be WPA3 compatible, because number two, one of the types of attacks is to dumb down WPA3. So a device will get on the network from an attacker, and the device will say, "Oh, I'm so sorry, I can't do WPA3. Can you please use WPA2?" And the wireless access point will say, okay, all right, you can have WPA2. And the device will say, "Thank you very much. Now I'm going to attack you, just like normal," right? And so it'll run a WPA2 attack against a device that, if it hadn't switched to WPA2, would have been just fine and safe. So anyway, if you're going to do WPA3, do everything WPA3 and don't allow it to switch back. All right, now let's look at some wireless network-specific attack techniques. And most of them involve a rogue wireless access point. So for instance, you go to McDonald's, and there's a McDonald's network and there's a McDonald's free Wi-Fi. McDonald's free Wi-Fi. By the way, that's the name I use for one of my fake access points that I use in demos and so on. Or Starbucks free Wi-Fi, or If you work for an organization called XYZ Corp, and maybe there is no visible SSID for the Wi-Fi for XYZ Corp, but hey, there's a network that you can connect to, which is XYZ Corp Visitor Wi-Fi. And so people come by, they connect to it, but it's not real. It's an attacker. This is one of the first major ways that attackers attack Wi-Fi is by setting up rogue access points. And so they have a rogue AP8211, hijack connections, steal information. They do wireless packet sniffing by setting up that rogue attack. And it's so easy. It's unbelievable how easy it is to set up a rogue access point. So one of the things that a rogue or an attacker will try to do is do client misassociation. So you set up that rogue access point, XYZ Corp Visitor Wi-Fi or XYZ Corp Corporate Wi-Fi. Try to get some of those employees, try to get them to connect to it, watch what they're doing, try to bypass the security policies of the organization. There's also misconfigured AP. So let's say that I ask one of the interns, hey intern, will you do me a favor please? Yeah, will you set up this wireless access point? And they set it up, but instead of doing it on the test network on the bench, they set up just a very basic setup with a weak password and an SSID broadcast and making it very easy to crack. And they do it on their production network. Oh no, if it's misconfigured with weak passwords or open authentication or other configuration errors, an attacker can easily walk right into your network, steal, kill, and destroy. All right, another one is unauthorized association. And so on a laptop or a desktop running Windows 10, running Ubuntu, running OS X, you can do what's called a soft access point. You can actually have point-to-point connections between the laptop and another device, right? So that's a point-to-point connection. And so what happens is the attacker sends an email that has a Trojan in it that the user opens, and it turns on that point-to-point soft AP, and it's already pre-configured with stuff that the attacker can connect to right away, getting access right into the inside of the network. There's also ad hoc. The ad hoc is a point-to-point connection. In that case, not only are you turning on a soft AP, but you're doing a point-to-point connection directly from the attacker to a device that's on the organization network. Again, that's usually done through some type of social engineering where somebody clicks on a link and it downloads a script that configures the Wi-Fi for an ad hoc connection that's pre-configured to what the attacker wants. They use that ad hoc connection to get right into the rest of the network and do other types of attacks. There's also, like I was saying before, a rogue AP that's a honeypot. It has the name of a well-known brand, AT&T, Vodafone, Verizon, McDonald's, I'm loving it, and other types of fake advertisements. Or it could be the name of the organization there to attract a normal user to use that fake access point where the attacker can then gather information, use it for man-in-the-middle attacks, use it for password attacks, and many other types of attacks. Another type of attack is an AP MAC address spoofing attack. With the AP MAC address spoofing attack, the attacker will do a little bit of sniffing and find the MAC address of the Wi-Fi device that everybody's using. Then he will change his MAC address and SSID to the same MAC address and the same SSID. One of the features of wireless networks is wireless devices connect to the access point with the strongest signal if they can choose between access points. So what the attacker might do is jack up their signal until it's really strong and then send a disassociation signal to devices on this network, and then they'll automatically reconnect to the attacker's access point, giving them the ability to run a variety of attacks. Another type of WPA2 attack is a crack attack. This used to be an attack that was everywhere, but it's since been very much patched in operating systems and wireless access points everywhere. The crack attack is done because of one flaw, and that is the reuse of a cryptographic nonce. What is a nonce? A nonce. It sounds like a small confectionery, a dessert. This nonce smells delectable. No, it's not that. What else could it be? Well, what it is it's a type of code that should only ever be used one time, right? Have you heard of the term a nonce word? Like, for instance, if I make up the word renoncify, hey, that word never existed before. It's a nonce word, right? And now it's gone. So a nonce should only ever be used once. So with a crack attack, this is one of the types of attacks that makes use of a flaw to allow a nonce to be reused, exploiting this four-way handshake and reusing the cryptographic nonce and allowing attackers to steal sensitive documents, to get credit card information, to snoop on information, to get chat messages, to download photos, take complete control. The crack attack is horrible. It's very bad. And so we want to make sure and protect against crack attacks. All right, so the next attack that we want to talk about is a signal jamming attack. If you can imagine, like in war movies and war books, there was somebody saying, I'm trying to get the signal through, but I'm being jammed. Same thing here. You overwhelm the radio channel with all this extra noise, and pretty soon nothing can happen. And in fact, like I was talking about before, this is an ISM contended channel. There's already a lot of traffic on this 802.11 using the CSMA-CA protocol. Wait a minute. What did I say? CSMA-CA. Do you know what that is? CSMA, this point right here, this is carrier sense. And then this one here is multiple access. So what happens is devices listen for a carrier, like a tone. They find the carrier, and then everybody can jump on and share the medium. We find the same thing can happen with certain forms of Ethernet. But because anybody who wants to can jump onto the medium, in this case, wireless, the problem is that we need some way of stopping two people from, or not people in this case, but machines, from communicating at the same time. And so that's why we have collision avoidance added here. If this was a Ethernet hub, it would be collision detection, and then they would have a back off and everything. But this is a collision avoidance, and this is what helps make it so that everybody isn't crashing into everybody else. Also, this algorithm and the fact that everyone's contending for the same wireless also makes it possible to put less devices per wireless access point. But yes, I mean, you can have too many devices on a wireless access point and be jamming that just because of that. But this is talking about deliberate jamming. These are Wi-Fi jamming devices. And I want to give you a little bit of warning about Wi-Fi jamming devices. What I tell my students and my customers is these are like weapons. You can do certain things with weapons under certain legal constraints, but if you go beyond the constraints, you are in huge trouble, right? You can buy them, you can look at them, but as soon as you use them for any other purpose, you really have to think about the law. And that's the same with these. You can go online right now and go to Google and do a search for a Wi-Fi jammer, and you will find the stores that specialize in jammers. But if you use any of these jammers improperly, you're going to have a federal agent show up at your door, maybe even with handcuffs waiting for you. So be very careful how you use Wi-Fi jamming devices, and just study the law before you employ them. If your neighbor is bothering you, don't go buy a jammer. to stop them from having Wi-Fi. That's not legal. Let me tell you a little bit why it's not legal. Imagine this. Imagine that there's a company that's using a Wi-Fi jammer because they don't want their employees using their phones or devices. But meanwhile, in the company next door, somebody has a heart attack and they get on a device to call an ambulance and nobody can get a signal through, or there is a situation nearby where police are in a desperate situation and need to communicate with each other, but they can't. Why? Because I turned on my CBP 2061 for some purpose, right? And now the police can't. Or there is a rescue unit coming to save somebody who is having a trauma of some sort. And as they enter a certain area, they can no longer communicate and they can't find the house or the business where it is because they can't communicate because somebody turned on their CPB 2660B jammer, right? So that is why federal and local agencies are so concerned with the use of jammers, right? For ISM purposes. All right, next thing we're going to go on to is talk a little bit about one of the best tools out there, which is AirCrack, which is a suite of tools that you can use for attacks. We're going to look at it in a little bit more detail in just a little while in the next couple of slides here, where you can see that we run AirCrack and we run a little command in AirCrack called airmon, ng. This keyword here, start, and then the wireless. In this case, this is an Ethernet, but normally it's going to be WLAN 0. You want the wireless interface. And what this does is it turns that interface from a normal Wi-Fi interface into promiscuous mode, where it's looking at every single frame that comes across the wire that moves through the network, right? So that it is looking at every frame, not just the ones that are assigned to it. And then we start arrow dump. And this is actually pretty cool. I like this one too, because what we're doing is we are doing a capture of all of the SSIDs that it can find. And we have more. We also capture initialization vectors. You have to do more than 50,000 IVs if you want to crack a WEP key. But in this case, we're not just cracking a WEP key. We are taking a step before the actual WEP crack. If you look right here, see this right here? It says secret SSID. I've talked to people that say, you know what, I don't need any of that Wi-Fi encryption, you know, because I've hidden my SSID and I'm using Mac association where only my laptop and my desktop Mac addresses can use the Wi-Fi. So nobody can see my Wi-Fi and only my Mac addresses can be used on the network. So all you need to do as an attacker is run webcrack. You run the airmon command you see here. You collect all this information. You find, it'll actually show you that there is an SSID that can't be displayed. And so what you do now is you find the MAC address of the access point, which is right here. And then you use the AirPlay and you give it the secret SSID and the target SSID, the target MAC address, and then you associate your wireless card with that target AP once you do that. But you can reveal the secret SSID and then do a little bit more sniffing. And once you do some more sniffing, you can find the MAC addresses that are communicating, change your MAC address to one of those, and you're in. But in this case, we're actually proceeding through the next step for webcrack, which is associating my laptop with the SSID of the device that I want to do. All right, now let's go on to the next step. And then what we want to do is start doing what's called packet injection. And this is where we run AirPlay, and we're going to do the -3-B parameters on AirPlay to generate traffic now on the AP. That's the MAC address of the AP there out of ETH1, which, like I said, normally would be not ETH1, but WLAN 0. And then step 5 is we start doing the capture of the initialization vectors, capturing more than 50,000 of those that we need to crack the WEP key, right? Now, I'm going to go back there real quick because when are you going to do this? When are you going to take your laptop or your device and crack a WEP key? It's going to take a long time. You know why? You have to find a network that's actually running WEP. And this is such an old protocol, it's very unlikely that you'll ever find one. So it is more likely that if you're doing cracking of Wi-Fi networks, that you'll be cracking WPA-PS2 keys, right? So let's look at that. And remember, this is very, very general. What I would suggest that you do, if you want to really actually try this, is to get a YouTube video. And also we have a lab. We have a lab on this. I'll be demonstrating, okay, some of this. But go to a YouTube video and just type in aircrack-ng crack PSK, and there'll be all kinds of lessons on how to do that. Find one that works with you and the equipment you have, and you can try it out. But I would suggest trying it out on your own network or on a test network, because you can run into legal trouble if you decide, hey, today I'm going to crack my neighbor's Wi-Fi. No, we don't want to do that. Got to play nice. Ethical hacking. The first word is ethical. All right, keep that in mind. So step one for cracking WPA-PSK is we're going to start that and put it into monitor mode. Next, we want to start collecting traffic with the double dash right and capture of, and normally on, like if you did this on your own little laptop, it's going to be WLAN 0. It's going to probably be a Wi-Fi dongle or a built-in Wi-Fi NIC. Step three, you're going to have to do a deauth on the client. Deauth says, I'm going to knock you off of the network using AirPlay. And there's a double dash deauth there. And then what's going to happen next is the client is going to try to reconnect. And by the way, that's one reason why I always say when you're on a public network, on a friend's network, or sometimes maybe even when you're on your home network, but it's usually a little bit safer there in some cases. If you live in a giant apartment complex, though, I would suggest this for that too, because you never know how many attackers are in your apartment complex. But my suggestion is that you don't put the auto reconnect. So if you go to Wi-Fi, select the network, there's a little checkbox where you can select whether you want to do auto reconnect or not. You'll find that a lot of these pre-share key hacks rely on the fact that the Wi-Fi client tries to automatically reconnect. And then when it automatically reconnects, there are more, but the two major things you want to do is read that connection to pull out information, capturing the authentication packet, in this case, with the Wi-Fi handshake, right? That's one type of deauth attack. The other type is the attacker sets up their own Wi-Fi fake access point, and they make its antenna stronger transceiver than the original transceiver to which the device was connected, and then it'll just automatically whoosh, makes that noise too. Whoosh. It's really interesting how it makes that noise. Okay, it doesn't really make the noise, but it does. It switches over to the new Wi-Fi, and once it switches over to the new Wi-Fi, now the attacker running AirCrack-NG, one of the tools. There are so many tools in AirCrack-NG you can run. The attacker can then filter all of the traffic of the connected device through his or her laptop and capture everything, right? So just a little information there on a couple of major ways that deauth is used. You see how important it is in this case to capture that authentication packet. That's what we're doing here. So if we look down here, the next thing we do after capturing the authentication packet, we're going to run the capture file that we collected through AirCrack-NG, and there's that capture. We're going to run the capture file through AirCrack-NG. And then once we do that, we will have the pre-shared keys. Then we have the pre-shared keys. We have to run them through cracking programs to see which ones. Now, here's a big, let me go back to the one slide here real quick. If we go back here, once you've captured all the pre-shared keys, let's say that one of the pre-shared keys that you captured is the password. This is the password, okay? This is the pre-shared key. It's 2022. This is my password. You can't hack it, right? A phrase with spaces in between, some upper and lowercase words. You're not going to crack that with a rainbow table, all right? You're not going to crack that at all. It's just too long. So what you're looking for is nice, simple passwords that are up to 8 characters, maybe 10 characters. And then you're going to need to run that on a very good machine. Maybe even go get yourself an AWS with extra graphic processing power or something like that. And that way you can churn through everything a lot faster. But either way, like I say, strong passphrases are actually very nice, because even if somebody's cracking your pre-shared key, it's going to be very difficult. All right, so other tools that you'll find in terms of wireless attack tools, AirCrack, right? Like we said, is a suite of software. It's got sniffers, it's got detectors, it's got WPA2, PA3, web crack, analysis, and so on. And these are just some of the tools in AirCrack NG. Let's look at just very briefly what they do. Airbase NG is there to capture that handshake. Remember, when you do a DOF, the handshake is what happens at the beginning before the device is fully reconnected back to the wireless access point. And it also, you can act as an ad hoc. Ad hoc is device to device. I was just talking about that a little bit earlier. Also, we have AirCrack. That's the de facto PSK cracking. We have AirDecap, which is a decryptor. And you can use to strip wireless headers also to get to the core of those Wi-Fi packets. There's also AirGraph, which is a client to AP relationship. You can dump that graph file to a third-party tool that will visualize those relationships. You have AirMon, which is able to monitor that Wi-Fi by getting your wireless NIC ready. There's AirTun, which is a virtual tunnel interface, monitor encrypted traffic. You can use it to inject arbitrary traffic. So this could be anything arbitrary, right, into a network. We also have eSide NG, which is communications via web encrypted AP, but you don't even have the web key. So that's another really web-focused tool. We have Packet Forge that creates encrypted packets that you can be used for injection. Next, we have AirDecloak NG, which removes web cloaking from a PCAP file. A PCAP file is a file. Let's say you're doing network sniffing, and you gather a lot of network sniffing, and you want to save that. You don't want to go away when you close the program. You can save that to a PCAP file. We also have AirDrop, which is a rule-based authentication. We have AirPlay, which generates fake traffic. We have Westside NG, which is great for web cracking in minutes. We have AirDump, which is a packet capture. We saw that as one of the commands we used a little bit earlier for IEEE 802.11 frames to collect web initialization vectors. We have AirLib, which stores and manages eSide password lists. It's like a library that were used in cracking WPA PA2. We have AirServe. Multiple programs independently use a Wi-Fi card via a client. So you can use a client for that session it's a client-server TCP connection. And then we have TKIPTOON, which is another frame injector for WPA TKIP network. So if you want to hack TKIP, even works with QoS. We have WZCook, which recovers web keys from XPs when you do a wireless zero configuration utility. That's for good old Windows XP. So my oh my, lots of tools, 17 of them. If you go to the project, if you go to the AirCrack project, you might even find other tools, some under development. All right, that brings us to other tools. Air Magnet Wi-Fi Pro. And look how nice that looks. One thing I like about tools, I like AirCrack. It's great, but it is all at the terminal level, text, etc. So it's hard to visualize it. That's why there are some tools in the AirCrack suite that you can export the data and then visualize it in something else. And so, but Air Magnet Wi-Fi Analyzer Pro will do analysis. It'll do analysis of your Wi-Fi network at many different levels and give you a very nice presentation of issues that it might find. So very cool tool, a very visual tool. And then we have things like EtherCap and BetterCap. EtherCap is actually mainly there for man-in-the-middle attacks, but leading up to the man-in-the-middle attack are analysis tools that can really help with Wi-Fi. Wi-Fi Fisher, Reaver, Fern, Alchemsoft, by the way, very cool company. It's worth opening a tab and just typing in Alchemsoft and looking at some of their stuff. They have so many cool cybersecurity tools for analyzing, cracking passwords, getting through different types of encryption. Very nice company. Right, next we're going to look at understanding Bluetooth attacks. So you want to use Bluetooth, do you? Well, let's talk about how to attack it. So Bluetooth has a very cool stack. It's a short-range communication technology. So you don't have to have cables. Like for instance, periodically I'll see these are my Bluetooth. It's my Bluetooth headset. Kind of nice. Yeah, I could use a better one. But that's Bluetooth. Oh, and I have my little Bluetooth watch on that, you know, tracks my pulse rate and it tells me I need to get up and walk and stuff like that. And other people have other Bluetooth-enabled devices on a personal area network. They're very short range, high-level security for the most part, very low power signals. So for people who are concerned about radio signals causing problems physiologically, that's very unlikely with Bluetooth. Allows devices to share data over short distances, so you can actually send files and do updates. And this is the stack. I mentioned a pretty cool stack before with the middleware protocol group. You have all these apps that help with the communication between the HCI that allows you direct connection into the specific hardware that the transport protocols help work with moving that information also. So that's just some of the stack information for Bluetooth. Now we move on to some of the modes for Bluetooth. There's discoverable and pairing. Discoverable sends inquiry responses to all queries. So if I have a device, like my phone, that's discoverable, then it will be able to be contacted by any other Bluetooth device. There's also limited discoverable, visible for a certain period of time, and then non-discoverable. So a non-discoverable device is like, nope, not answering, sorry, nope, I'm running, but I'm not talking to anybody. So it just always says, speak to the hand to anybody that tries to communicate with any Bluetooth device. Then we also have pairing modes. Non-pairable mode, which rejects the pairing request. So non-discoverable, non-pairing is the safest way for your Bluetooth device to be. But you know what? Sometimes you need to actually connect. In order to do that, you have to be pairable and discoverable, or at least limited discoverable. So over the years that Bluetooth has been available, it's been getting more and more secure. Really like that. A lot of times in the earlier Bluetooth, some of the connection codes between devices were like all zeros or all ones, making it so easy to hack. It's less easy to hack now, which is a good thing for all of us. So let's talk about some of the ways you can hack Bluetooth. There are ways to exploit that stack we're talking about. There are vulnerabilities with Bluetooth, and some of the hacking attacks are as follows. Blue smacking. What a blue smacking is and some of these, if you look at smack, jack, snarf, sniff, and bug, right? If you focus on those words, it kind of gives you an idea of what it is that the attack is, right? So what we do in this case is we smack down the device with a huge overflow. It's like a DOS attack, denial of service attack, that causes the device to crash, just smack it down. It's what we're doing, like a bowling pin, just take the bowling pin and knock it over. So that's blue smacking. Blue jacking. What is jack? Like hijack, something like that, right? So we send an unsolicited message to someone's phone. It's like you took it over a little bit. That's a blue jacking, right? So you send something that people weren't expecting. You have a phone, it buzzes, and then you find a Bluetooth message that says, I knew who you are, or whatever, right? So that's blue jacking. Blue snarfing. What does it mean to snarf? That means to sip up very, very quickly, right? If you are super thirsty, you might snarf a drink or something like that, or eat very quickly, right? And so that's ingest, to bring into yourself something. And that's what we're doing here with blue snarfing. It's not you snarfing or me snarfing. It's Bluetooth snarfing. So in other words, we're eating digital information, stealing that digital information from a Bluetooth device. So if I have my phone, which is right here, and it seems like it's safe and everything's fine, but little do I know, there's somebody stealing my contacts. There's somebody stealing the personal data on my SD card. They're snarfing it. Now we have blue sniffing, right? So this is a way to gather information. It's like war driving. Have you heard of warxing before? War driving, war skating, war biking, where you have a device and you're collecting information about all the Wi-Fi connections around your area or some area, and then you take those and you publish them, especially the ones that are open connections and so on, right? Blue sniffing is like blue driving or blue skating or something where you go collect all the Bluetooth information near you and catalog it for later attack. The next one is blue bugging, right? Have you ever watched a movie and the 2 or 3 people go into a hotel room? One of them looks like rich and famous. The other 2 have sunglasses on for some reason inside the room. And the people with the sunglasses say, excuse me, one moment. They say like that, be quiet. And they get devices and they check the hotel for bugs, right? What does that mean? The hotel is bugged. And then they find a device in the light and they smash it. They find a device near the sink and they throw it away, right? Those are bugs where they're listening in on what's going on. And that's the same thing that happens. Here's my phone again. If it's bugged, right now there's somebody listening in to this class. Somebody's listening to what I'm saying, or they could turn on the camera. It's bugged, right? By the way, those devices that you use to sweep the room for bugs and listening devices, those are real. I'm going to ask you to open up a tab and type in one of 2 searches: spy devices or spy store or spy device store. That'll work too. And you'll find listing of stores that actually sell devices for espionage. And one of those are several different ways that you can sweep locations for hidden cameras, hidden microphones, hidden bugged device. So that's blue bugging. The next one that we have as an attack for Bluetooth is blueprinting. And this is collecting information about the device. And this comes from the term footprinting, which is one of the first phases of hacking, where you find out as much information as you can about who you're going to attack before you do it. For one of the first steps, and that's blueprinting, which is like footprinting. You get information. It's like banner grabbing for Bluetooth. The other one is beetlejacking. BLE devices is what it's really meant to attack, using bypassing security on those devices to listen in. It's like another type of attack. Another one is a knob attack, or knob attack, some people call it. And this is using a Bluetooth vulnerability, a specific one. We don't have time to really actually get into it, but to eavesdrop on all of the data that's being shared, all keystrokes, all chats, all documents. That's a knob or a knob attack. We also have MAC spoofing attacks where you intercept data. And in this case, what we do is we just change our MAC address, and then the data that's bound for a Bluetooth device of that MAC address goes to the attacker. And then we have a good old MITM, man-in-the-middle impersonation attack, and usually this takes kind of several different levels to actually pull off. Several different levels. You have to do a little bit of sniffing, you have to do a little bit of monitoring of the network, and then you have to line up your attack, and then you can slip in between two devices and do an impersonation or man-in-the-middle. All right, so there are Bluetooth threats that we want to think about. Number one, leakage of calendars and address books. So with all these attacks that we just saw, you can leak information. You can have your SMS, your texting co-opted. So somebody can text a bank or a school, and they can text in a bomb threat, and then essentially you can get swatted. Do you know what swatting is? You're sitting in your dining room, eating a nice souffle, when all of a sudden the door bursts in and there's a SWAT team in heavy gear with guns and stuff pointing at you. It's happened many times. And why would you be swatted? Well, because some evil person got control of your text messaging and sent a text in your name to like a bomb threat or something like that. Isn't that crazy? Has it happened before? Oh, you bet it has. And also we have bugging devices where you can have make a cell phone instruct the user to make phone calls. You can even record conversations, so you instruct their phone to make a call because it's bugged, right? You can cause financial losses, right? Because you can respond to text messages or make international calls or many other things that can result in a high phone bill. So there are some threats, but wait, there's a few more we want to talk about. You can get your phone remotely controlled. You can get worms. No, I'm not talking about the little crawly things. I'm talking about network. I'm talking about malware. And they're very interesting things. These worms can propagate Bluetooth to Bluetooth to Bluetooth. So you get near somebody else with Bluetooth and the worm crawls into your phone and then infects your devices, and then you get near someone else with Bluetooth and same thing happens. Social engineering because of lower security and lower pairing with certain types of Bluetooth, and you can get tricked into doing that, lowering that security, disabling authentication, and then connecting to devices, and then they can run malicious code. Then there are protocol vulnerability. Again, the pairing and communication protocols, the codes that are automatically generated usually for pairing, steal data, make calls, send messages, and so many other things. So the bottom line is you need to be careful with your Bluetooth. We'll talk about some things that you can do to make Bluetooth for you and for your organization a little bit safer. But meanwhile, let's talk about some tools. These are Bluetooth attack tools. After watching all those dangerous things that can happen to somebody's phone, to their Bluetooth, you're probably asking, how can I do that? And these are some of the tools that can help you hack Bluetooth. Bluetooth View is very nice because it just lists out all the Bluetooth devices around the type and the name and many other pieces of information about it. Blue Z, Blue Jack, that's Beetlejack, BTC Crawler, Blue Scan, Bluetooth Scanner. There are so many tools that can help you find out what's near you. And then there are other tools. These are mainly ones that will find out what's near you. And then other tools like Blue Jack and Crawler that can actually do some hacking for you. All right, let's look at some countermeasures. So it's fun when we go to the labs, learning to hack and doing this for a living, taking care of pen testing and so on. But you know what? And really, most of this stuff is so that your customer, your employer, and your personal networks are safe, right? So that's why we do countermeasures. And so what we want to do is make sure that we change the defaults. Remember, no defaults. Default in all of my classes is a 4-letter word. So if you set up a device, you go back through and you make sure to change all the defaults, right? Set the router password, enable firewalls, disable SSID. When you do that, in order to connect to the network, you'll have to actually go in through a couple of interfaces and program in the SSID, all right? So disable remote router login. That's some of the best practices for configuration. In terms of SSID, you can use cloaking to make sure that SSID isn't visible. And even if the SSID is visible or invisible, don't use the real name, right? So if you work for XYZ Corp, don't say XYZ Corp Wireless. Just say Wireless System 1 or something like that. And people won't know necessarily that it's XYZ Corp. If you have a family or you live by yourself in an apartment and let's say that your name is Jane McGillicuddy, right? Don't put Jane McGillicuddy's Wireless for your SSID. Just put SSID 5 or Wi-Fi 5 or stay away or something like that, right? Or a slogan, something very nice. Don't worry, be happy. That's the name of your Wi-Fi, right? So you want to make sure that you don't use your own information for that. And for your pre-shared key, make sure it's a passphrase, a nice long passphrase. That is, if someone captures the hashes for your Wi-Fi access point, that they'll have a very difficult time cracking that. Put a firewall packet filter between the AP and your organizational intranet. You don't want them jumping right from your access point into your network. You want to check those packets. Next thing we look at is some best practices for authentication, right? Use the highest level of authentication. Use enterprise mode with 802.1x when you can. If you can get to WPA3 and get every device on WPA3, do it. Disable the network. If you're not using it, turn off the Wi-Fi. If you have an office and you have your DSL modem here and you have your laptop wired into the DSL modem and you don't use Wi-Fi, turn it off. It's just an attraction for attackers. Put it in a secure location so people can't get onto it. And then for Bluetooth, use a non-regular pattern for pins when you have a chance to set up that pin. You don't always have a chance. Keep it non-discoverable. Don't accept any unknown. You're walking down the street and, oh, hey, there's somebody who wants to pair Bluetooth. Yes. Another one. Yes. No, don't accept any of those. Always use encryption. Check also periodically. Just go through your Bluetooth. In fact, you might even want to do it now. If you have an Android, you log into the Android, sweep down, you go to your settings, go to your connection settings, go to Bluetooth, and see who's connected. You might be surprised. Hopefully you're not, right? So keep Bluetooth disabled if you're not using it. If you're not using a Bluetooth headset, if you're not using a Bluetooth watch, if you're not using Bluetooth speakers or whatever it is, if you're not using Bluetooth, turn that interface off. It is an invitation for attack. Now, in terms of general wireless security, there are some amazing tools that you can get to help keep wireless safer and better in your location. And one of those is a Cisco Adaptive Wireless IPS. By the way, this is called WIPS, which is a wireless intrusion prevention system, right? So we have WIPS, WIBS, many of these acronyms, right? And this is one of them. And you can use this to secure either your entire wireless network or segments of your network. There's also Air Magnet Wi-Fi Analyzer Pro, WatchGuard WIPS, wireless intrusion prevention system, air magnet, extreme, defense, and so many other tools. Protect your Wi-Fi network. Don't allow hackers like me to attack your network, although I'm not going to do that. I only do it if you have a contract and you pay me money. Then I'll attack your network. But other than that, you're safe from here. But we want to protect our networks, don't we? Always want to protect them. All right, so what we've seen in this module is there's a lot to think about with Wi-Fi, with wireless in general. In fact, I just made the point about what I was about to say. I was about to say, when we think of wireless, usually the only thing we think about is Wi-Fi. Usually the only thing we think about is pre-shared keys, but in reality, there's 802.1x and radius for logins. There are all kinds of protocols and encryption that you can use to secure Wi-Fi. And beyond Wi-Fi, with wireless in general, there are other wireless protocols like Bluetooth that also need to be secured from attack. And we talked about some of the methods, the countermeasures that we could use to help secure our wireless. So that brings us to the end of the topics in this module for wireless. In the next module, we're going to talk about mobile attacks and countermeasures. So join me for that one. Let's get started on looking at and understanding the anatomy of a mobile attack. All right, so if you look at a mobile device, this is a mobile phone, a couple of them, and they are able to communicate through 3G, 4G, 5G, 6G, depending on what era you're watching this, and Bluetooth and Wi-Fi, and wired computer connections, but they do so much more than that. So just like a tablet or a desktop or a laptop computer, they can run multiple apps, and we are able to obtain apps from app stores. We're able to obtain apps from off app stores, like through APKs for Androids. And also, those apps are very often cloud connected. So we have app stores, we have cloud connected apps, we have the telco provider themselves. The fact that connecting to websites through multiple browsers on these devices, on my Android, I think I have about 3 different browsers that I can choose from to use. And all these different browsers allow you to go to websites. So if you can go to a website, that means you can run a web app. And if you can run a web app, then you have all the layered issues with web apps and web servers. If you can go to the app store, we have layered issues with app stores. If you can go through Wi-Fi, we talked about that a few modules before, you have all the layered issues of Wi-Fi attacks. If you can go through a telco provider, we have issues dealing with hacking telcos, looking at routers, looking at autonomous systems and BGP exchange. And if you're going through a corporate gateway or a corporate intranet, we've seen all the different ways that you can attack a network. So the issues are huge in terms of Wi-Fi. So it's very important for us to understand, boil down some of the basic risks with Wi-Fi. So the OWASP Top 10 Mobile Risks, this comes from 2016. They don't always change it every year, so this is just fine irrespective of what year you are in. Number 1 is improper platform usage. And that doesn't mean that you used your mobile phone to keep a door from closing all the way. This means that it wasn't set up correctly. It wasn't, you're running apps on it that are not programmed correctly. The platform is not being used in the method for which it was designed. Also, we have insecure data storage. So on the SD card or the internal storage of your device, it might not be encrypted. We have insecure communication. These are unencrypted communications and associations with other devices. Same with authentication. It's not secure. It's a very simple authentication exchange. And it might be to an open Wi-Fi, and we may not have sufficient cryptography. Maybe you're using some type of secure communication, but the cryptography has its own vulnerabilities, and that exchange is problematic. We have insecure authorization. So we have authentication, authorization, and accounting, AAA, and authorization is letting the entity, a program, a person, a user that is trying to contact a resource, let them know whether they can or not get in contact and use that resource. So it may not be put together correctly. It could be insecure. We may have poor client code quality. Oh, maybe they had me putting together the code for the app. I'm not that great of a programmer. It takes a lot for me to get together a good piece of code. But maybe the team in another location that maybe they don't have good secure coding practices. And so the code, the actual programming that went on in the background has problems. Or maybe the code is fine, but somebody who understands a lot about coding and a lot about hacking tampered with it. Maybe the app was download reverse engineered, and then after being reverse engineered, something else was added to it to make it something that the attacker could use. And there are extraneous functionalities. We were just talking about Bluetooth and how there can be wormized attacks through Bluetooth and control of a phone taken over through extraneous entities and so on. So look at all these top 10 mobile risks. They're still extremely important for our mobile devices right now. If we look at the anatomy of an attack, of a mobile attack, this is exactly what I was mentioning earlier with apps and browsers. And I didn't even mention texting with SMS, and I did mention the network and web servers and databases and applications. So just a few things. I'm just going to kind of go through a survey of some of the attacks that can take place against all the different systems running on a mobile device. Number one, you can do phishing. Oh yeah, get an email, get a text, something in the browser, maybe even a man in the mobile or man in the browser attack. A man in the browser attack is when usually there's a plugin that is loaded, usually through phishing or other means. And what this does is hides in the background and waits usually until you go to a financial or banking site, and then it intervenes in that transaction. In this case, it's a hack that's hanging out in your phone through the browser. We also have broadband and baseband attacks and smishing. We also have improper SSL validation and escalation of privileges. And we have zip directory traversal. So yeah, you can do directory traversal even in your mobile phones, and side channel attacks. All kinds of attacks through your apps. And this is just a very partial list. If we look at the network, we have Wi-Fi with no encryption. And so everything you're doing from your phone through the Wi-Fi network is completely trackable. And we have rogue access points, just like we were talking about in the Wi-Fi module just a little while ago. DNS poisoning, SSL strip is when you have a website that's running HTTPS, but the website has the ability to switch to HTTP, and you use SSL strip to tell it, hey website, I can't do HTTPS. Can you please switch over to HTTP for me? And then the website switches to HTTP, and we say, gotcha! And we start downloading all the data from that site. We also have web server issues like cross-site scripting, which we've talked about before in previous modules. You can go there if you haven't seen that, and misconfigurations and brute force attacks and hypervisor attacks at the web server. Most web resources are actually running, the web resources are actually running in hypervisors. And so any hypervisor attack would be devastating. And then database, SQL injection, privilege escalation, even the ability to use stored procedures like XP_CMD shell that you'll find in like MySQL to send commands from the database to the operating system and hack that. So an attacker can take all these 1.1 million malicious packages, all of these 6,000 mobile ransomware Trojans, all these 39,000 mobile banking Trojans, and use them against many devices, right? To do what? surveillance, turn on the audio, the camera, the video, location, grab financial data, and like for instance, TANs, these are stealing transaction authentication numbers, fake antivirus messages popping up that people respond to. They can steal data, your account details, contacts, logs, whatever data is on your phone can be snarfed. Your phone, my phone, if I'm not carefully guarding it, can be a part of a DDoS attack, click fraud, and even impersonation, and sending email messages, posting to social media, using your phone, using my phone's logged in information. One thing that I haven't seen much of with phones, but if you can get a big enough infection going across a huge number of phones, is you could probably use phones for crypto mining. Just have a little slice of crypto mining going on in 1 million phones. That's a lot of CPU power to mine cryptocurrency, something like that. So lots of different potential attacks to a phone that can profit an attacker. And now that brings us to discussing mobile platform attack vectors and vulnerabilities. So how are they going to get at you? Well, they're going to try to get you with malware. They're going to try to root your phone so that they can take 100% control over it. Viruses, application modification, even modifying the base underlying operating system. They're going to try to tamper with data, modify it, get you to get an application installed in the phone that modifies transactions or tampers, or maybe a person. It could be, I've done this before, jailbroken and rooted devices, and that makes it a little bit more dangerous, a lot more dangerous for security on that device. There's also data exfiltration, where data on my SD card, micro SD card, can be stolen, or I can have screen scrapes. I'm on my phone and maybe having a video or a voice chat or a call or whatever, and an attacker who has a foothold on my device can take a picture of that screen. That's the sound of a camera, by the way. Or even copy USB key, backing up my phone to another device. Data loss because of application vulnerabilities. Or maybe someone gains physical access to my phone. How would that happen? Unapproved physical access? Well, the phone is so small, it can be left in places. I remember I was doing some work for a client of mine a while back. And on my way out of the office, I realized I didn't have my phone. So I went back into their data center where I was working, and I looked around and I didn't see it anywhere where I was working. So I went back through every room that I had been in and others, and I still could not find my phone. So I got on a computer system and I did a find my phone through Google, and I made my phone ring, and sure enough, I heard it ringing back in the data center, the last place I was. And the data center is very dimly lit, and on a device that was covered with a black tarp, so some equipment that was just covered up, there was my phone with its black cover and black screen sitting there in the dark. That's why I didn't see it. Everything was black and it was dark in the room. But it was so small, so easy to lose. One other time, I was in a big hurry. My kids were very, very young and they were being very fussy. I was distracted. I had stopped at many different places, including getting groceries. And then I drove home, and it wasn't until I got home that I realized my phone was missing. And so I did a find my phone, and sure enough, it located it at the grocery store, my last stop. And as I'm walking in the grocery store, I greet one of the people walking by that works there, and I mentioned about my phone. He says, "Oh, here it is right here." He had it in his pocket, and I was able to get it back from him. So they're very easy to lose. How many times have you misplaced your phone? I mean, you can leave it in an airport, you can leave it in a supermarket, you can leave it in a grocery store, you can leave it at a bank. And at that point, it really just depends on if somebody is honest or not, whether they're going to return it or steal it, right? So unapproved physical access, that's what we're talking about. Losing that device, somebody else getting access to it. And so there are a lot of platform risks, malicious apps in stores. This is number one. And the main focus of this is probably going to be Android in the Play Store. One item that I like so much about the Play Store is there are much more wild apps in the Play Store that you can't get in, at least you couldn't for a while in the Apple Store for your phone. I remember I downloaded an app that was a tricorder. You know Star Trek, where they have an instrument that scans, and it took my whole phone face and turned it into my phone screen into a tricorder screen, and I could use my phone sensors to do EM fields and sound and all that kind of stuff, and it gave me a little scanning screen. It was actually really cool, but for my iPhone, Apple didn't allow the use of sensors on phones in that way. So there's no way that I could have found an app for an iPhone like that. But since it's a little bit more creative, it's also going to be home to more malicious apps than in the Apple App Store, which really spends a lot of time verifying apps. We'll move into mobile malware, and whether you have an iPhone or whether you have an Android or your Microsoft phone. What? You have a Microsoft phone? I'm surprised, but remember those? There used to be those and all kinds of other phones. These days it's just two, isn't it? Apple and Android. But irrespective of whether you have an Apple phone, iPhone, or an Android, yes, number two is you can get malware. So let me stop right here and say this. If you don't have antivirus software on your phone, then you're making a mistake. You need to make sure and get some antivirus software on your phone. That's going to be very important to protect you. You never know when an attack will strike, and all it takes is one time. When that software protects your phone from the attack, you'll be really happy that you spent the huge amount. You know how much time it might take you to find and install antivirus? It could take you almost 3 or 4 minutes. That's a lot. So anyway, it could save you a lot if you find your device under attack. And then we have app sandboxing vulnerabilities. You know that the app that you're running, all the apps that you're running on your phone, they are sandboxed. And what happens is we don't want the app that you're running from the App Store to escape that sandbox, but sometimes they do. And that's what we're talking about with sandboxing vulnerabilities. Weak device and app encryption. So the device isn't encrypted, the protocols aren't encrypted, the applications aren't communicating in an encrypted way. That's another vulnerability / risk. And then number 5 is going to be OS and app update issues. You have an application running on your system, and you've had this app for a long time, but little do you know that there have been vulnerabilities found in the app, but there have been no updates from the manufacturer, and you don't know because that's not something that we generally check. And the OS may have vulnerabilities that haven't been patched by the ISP. They haven't sent an update. So that's an issue. Jailbreaking and rooting. I've seen a growth in jailbreaking and rooting as mobile phone organizations have been dealing more with tracking software and tracking stacks. And people have been wanting to, contacting me more than I've had in a long time, to jailbreak or root their phone so that they won't have to get the tracking app on their phone. I've seen that a lot of that, but jailbreaking and rooting phones is very dangerous for that phone in the present, because you can brick the phone while you're jailbreaking it or rooting it. And then secondarily, you have to be very careful what apps that you install on your device, because they could be actual malware. Next, we look at mobile application vulnerabilities. So you don't know who wrote the app. I mean, they have the developer name, but who is that really? And what kind of skills do they have? It's possible that's the first app they wrote, and the reason they were able to write the app is because they spent 2 weeks watching YouTube videos on writing web apps, and they published their first app full of vulnerabilities, and there I am using it, right? So also privacy issues, depending on where you are, leaking your geolocation data. Weak data security, talked about that a little bit already with the idea that we're having encryption issues, not enough encryption, excessive permissions. With excessive permissions, that can cause the user to work around those permissions or to damp them down. We also have weak community security for phones, and of course physical attacks, right? I was just talking about leaving your phone in different places. One item that I mentioned a little bit earlier is the fact that there are security issues arising from app stores, and that's because of poor vetting of the app, allowing fake apps to enter the marketplace. And so the attacker will distribute a mobile app without enough vetting to the store. And you know what? The Google Play Store and the Apple Store, where you get apps, their app store, those are not the only app stores for those devices. For rooted devices and for partially rooted devices, there are app stores with hundreds and sometimes thousands of apps that you can go and visit. And sometimes you'll find an app that is a hack, because those stores are even more poorly vetted in some cases than Apple and Android. So you have to be careful with what app or apps, of course, that you use on your mobile device. So I was mentioning sandboxing issues. If you look at this illustration here, you see that you have a sandbox, right? You have your system resources, that would be your memory, CPU, all the throughput to data storage, etc., user data. And then you have your sandbox environment, and inside that sandbox environment is an app that gets a representative, it gets a go-between to system resources and so on. So it's restricted access to resources. It's unrestricted within the sandbox, and it's mediated to the actual resources by the sandbox. But if an app is poorly written, or if there's a problem with the sandbox code, the app can escape and access your local resources, causing a lot of issues, including phone instability and hack attacks. All right, let's talk about mobile spam. Well, spam is unwanted communication. Usually it's going to be email, but in this case, it's not just email, it's text. And you don't know where it came from, and there are advertisements, malicious links filling up your SMS. And if you're being charged for this stuff, it can really raise your bill and up your finances, because you have to pay more for stuff. And a lot of times the spam attack is done just so the attacker can pick up a little bit of cash from what you click on, fill out. And even if they can just get data, even if they don't get your financial data, the data they do get can be sold on the dark web, and they can make a little bit of cash. So yeah, financial incentives to get your data. Other types of attacks, you've seen these before. You get an unsolicited text message saying, "Dear, you have won lottery of $1 million. Go to," and they give you a link to claim your prize. Well, where's the link? I really want to click on that. I won $1 million? That is amazing. Wait a minute, let's see. You have won prize, phone number, social security. So all I have to do is, wait a minute, are you telling me that all I have to do is fill in my phone number, my social security number, date of birth, and a few credit card numbers, and I can win an arbitrary prize? Oh, this is so wonderful. Let me start filling that in. No, we know better, don't we? We're not going to fill in this information or click on that link. Or call numbers. They'll ask you to call a number, and they'll do a phishing attack on you. So It's just bait email to get you to do something. And it's sometimes effective, though, because it fools people into responding to it. And it could be number 4, that the mobile user is not ready to resist the messages on their phones. They see a message about a lottery. They're like, really? That sounds great. And they go for it. I remember dealing with little kids. And with little kids, that's why they like toys. They like sparkly, jumpy, cartoony looking things. And I remember having one of my young children and deliberately showing them the sparkly, tinkly, jumpy, flashy ads on the sites. These are children's sites. And say, see those? Those are ads. Don't click on those, because they're trying to make you click on them. I'm explaining it to my kids. And they looked at me and said, wow, because I really, really want to click on that. It was very attractive to them. And they were able to communicate to me that they really wanted to click on it because of how flashy and blinky it was. And if the message is good enough, it can make a cell phone user want to respond to it, right? So also, it's very difficult to weed these out. And if you don't have a good antivirus that's tuned to smishing, SMS phishing, then you're going to get those messages. So a couple of examples. PayPal, your account has been locked. Please click on this link. And maybe you have PayPal. Maybe you just did a transaction that you weren't sure about. And then all of a sudden, an hour later, you get this PayPal, your account has been locked. You're like, oh my goodness, really? Oh, and you click on it. No, never click on a link that you get in a random text message, right? Never click on any link in any text message. If you have a friend that sends you a link, respond back and ask if they actually sent you that link, because sometimes their phone, their account can be hacked. You notice they don't give you any name. They don't know who you are. Dear customer, dear nothing, dear Westpac Bank customer, we detected some unusual activity. Click here. So never respond. Also, again, look at this one. We have a phone number, 20555 or whatever, right? And to activate. And then if you call that number, there's going to be an automated process to get information out of you, so that your information can be sold and your accounts can be drained. All right, another thing we need to talk about is good old Bluetooth and Wi-Fi. And then here is an issue. So you have an open Bluetooth and a Wi-Fi connection. You're paired to Bluetooth and you're paired to Wi-Fi. And they're both open, meaning that there is no encryption. You're wide open to blue snarfing and blue bugging attacks, which we talked about in a previous module. And because your device is now a pass-through device from Bluetooth into the interior network, you can infect devices and other locations on the phone. So be careful with how you set up Bluetooth and Wi-Fi. Make sure that it's encrypted, that you don't use any unencrypted public Wi-Fi routers, and have Bluetooth at the same time. There is an attack that is really germane to mobile phone users, and that is Agent Smith attack. Now, you may not have seen the 3 original Matrix movies. You remember the Matrix? When Neo, he is a person who is the star of the show, and he says, I know Kung Fu. And Morpheus, his benefactor and guide, takes him into a realistic environment where they fight, and there's man against the machine. If you ever watched the Matrix series, I recommend them. But in one of the movies, there's this program, looks just like a man, just like a regular human, but it's not, named Agent Smith. And what Agent Smith does is he'll walk up to somebody in the Matrix, and he'll take his hand and stick it into the chest of the person, and this like shiny black stuff will start flowing around the person, and then they'll turn into Agent Smith, and then it'll be 2 Agent Smiths, and then they do that, and there are more and more and more Agent Smiths everywhere. So in an Agent Smith attack, that's when we're turning other things into the attacker's tool. So in this case, let's say that you have WhatsApp or something like that. What the attacker is going to do is drop a malicious mobile app in a third-party app store. So not an original, but a third-party app store. And then the user is going to download and install the malicious app. Once they do that, the malicious app is going to Agent Smith the other apps. So it's going to replace them, and like putting its hand in the other apps, they're going to morph into do the bidding of the Agent Smith app. And now the user starts getting extra advertisements, exploits are downloaded, there are beacons, contact with command and control services, critical information stolen, all because of an Agent Smith attack. Right, so that is a very interesting attack. There's another one too called SS7. SS7 is Signaling System 7. It's a communications protocol. And with SS7, you can send information through the cell network between devices. And one of the biggest dependencies of SS7 is a mutual trust between operators, and there is no authentication. So you need that mutual trust. So what the attacker does is they intercept the call, the text message, and they act as a man in the middle, and they can control that communication between the devices, and because there's no authentication, right? So that's an SS7 vulnerability. Another one that's a pretty bad one is a SIM jack. So this is a SIM card attack. You know what the SIM card is, right? So in your phone, the card that is really the identity of your phone and some of the processing of that identity on the phone on your provider's network, that's your SIM card. So what a SIM jack is there is a vulnerability that's associated with your SIM card's SAT browser. It's a pre-installed software on SIM cards that have preset instructions, and they exploit that using a SIM jacker to do things like capturing the location. That's a simple one, right? Monitor your calls, forcing device browsers, redirecting them to connect to websites, performing DDoS attacks, all kinds of stuff like you can do when you can run the SIM jacker and do a SIM card attack. And there are other SIM card attacks too, by the way. We're only covering some of the most basic attacks that can happen through mobile. Another very amazing tool that if you ever get the chance to get to know really well is Metasploit. In this case, we are going to use reverse TCP on a specific host, and we're going to use that to attack an Android device, creating a binary payload, sending to that target Android, and then controlling it, gaining control over the Android. So you can even use Metasploit to hack an Android device. But wait, there's more. If you have an Android that is rooted, what I suggest if you're going to be an ethical hacker, one of the things that you can do is you can create your own hack droid. It's an Android that you buy off of eBay or something like that, that you're not connecting to a cell network, you're getting it so that you can install hacking apps on the phone and use Wi-Fi. So you can use Xeonti, you can use Network Spoofer. For instance, the low orbit ion cannon will only run on cell phones. So let's say that you are doing a pen test on a company and you want to do a close-in attack on the company, but their security takes your laptop and all your other tools, but they allow you to have the cell phone. But little do they know, it's your hack phone. And you can run a DDoS attack on them, a DOS attack using low orbit ion cannon, or do other stuff with phone exploit or Orbit proxy or other tools. So there are a lot of tools. I will say there are thousands of tools that will only run on rooted Androids. And so if you want to make a hack phone, that is one excuse to root an Android. There are other tools that you can use, and most of these are going to require a jailbroken iOS, an iPhone that's jailbroken, password recovery tools, network analyzer tools, iWeb Pro to attack Wi-Fi, and many, many other tools. And so if you want, it's a little bit more difficult to find the tools because they aren't so ubiquitous. They aren't just everywhere. But you can actually make a hacked, or I'd say a jailbroken, iOS-based hack phone, and just you run it off of Wi-Fi. So yeah, you can do that. All right, now let's talk about the need to manage mobile devices here in Module 3. So we have this tool that we use at even the small business level, not just the enterprise level, called MDM. MDM is Mobile Device Management, allowing organizations that have control over cell phones to manage them. Cell phones, iPads, desktops, laptops, or whatever it is you want to manage. You just put an agent on that device, and back at the back end, the organization is able to do over-the-air application updates and do checks of the phone, do a remote wipe of the phone if it gets stolen, items like locate the phone, locate the tablet. So quite a lot you can do with an MDM solution. One of the reasons we often will need an MDM solution is because of models that allow employees to use cell phones. One of those models that allow us to use mobile devices is BYOD, the bring your own device. So I can bring my own Android, my own iPhone, whatever it is, depending on this organization, into the workplace and communicate with the organization's data and maybe even run apps from the organization. It's really nice because it increases productivity. I can take my own phone and do work away from the office or even in the office in places where I may not be able to get work done. It's great for employee satisfaction, and the reason for that is with other mobile models for organizations, they buy the device and you can only use it for business. And like right now, you can be lent by your organization an iPhone 6, and it just won't be very satisfying. An iPhone 6, come on, how old is that? But if I can go buy the latest Samsung or the latest Google phone or whatever, I'm going to be happy. It's my phone. I bought it. It's nice. And it's flexibility, right? I can use my own phone. I can use it at home. I can use it while I'm traveling, and I can still keep track of work stuff. And it's lower cost for the organization. Now, I will say this, though. Most organizations with which I have worked that had BYOD did not reimburse. But a large percentage of organizations that allow BYOD for actual work to be done on an employee's mobile device will reimburse that employee for the use of that device for work purposes. And in doing so, and I was just reading an article recently about studies that show that Kobo devices are about cost an organization about the same as BYOD, right? There's BYOD. Kobo is company-owned, business only, where you have a phone that the organization gives you, the organization purchased, the organization manages, and you can only use it for business stuff, no personal stuff. And it actually can cost the organization less over time to buy their own mobile devices, configure them, and lend them out to employees than BYOD because of paying out those stipends to employees. So keep that in mind. You might see your organization switch from BYOD to COBO one of these days, company-owned, business only. So there are risks with BYOD, confidential data. The employee might not properly lock that data down. Other data leakage security issues at endpoints, wireless access points at the ISP, disposing of the device. I might have my Samsung Galaxy S8. That's kind of an old phone, right? And I'm like, oh man, so glad I can get rid of this. And I upgrade to the latest Samsung Galaxy, and I just get rid of my old phone. But my old phone, what if on that SD card or the internal storage, there were gigabytes of company data and app data and so on? That's not good for the organization. Because I'm BYODing my device, I need to be very careful with the organizational data. And also support for many different services. So let's say that I'm working for an organization that has a BYOD policy, and I'm working in the department that works with managing the MDM for those devices. An employee comes in and says, I have a phone that's having trouble. What network is it on? It's on AT&T. What kind of phone is it? It's a Shinnencon 5000. A Shinnencon 5000. Never heard of that. It's not a phone I've ever heard of. I've never seen any phone like this. What is it? You know how many different types, styles, makes, international versions of Androids there are out there? You can order some off of eBay for $10. And is your company going to support it? I think that needs to be defined in your organizational policy. Also mixing personal private data, stolen, lost devices. We've talked about this before. And lack of awareness. The employee just doesn't know what some of the risks are. That's why it's so important to constantly educate employees and then do it again and then do it again and never stop so that they can be aware. And because it's the person's own phone, you might have a network policy that says that you can't use Facebook, you can't use Netflix, you can't go to gambling sites, porn sites, you can't go to hacker sites. But guess what? It's your phone. So while you're working on your laptop at work, you have your phone propped up next to you, streaming Netflix, right? You've just gotten around your organization's network policies. Fortunately, it's not on the network, but it might be streaming through the Wi-Fi network. It's a possibility. So that's BYOD risks. Now let's have a little discussion about mobile attack countermeasures. So you say you don't want your mobile device to be attacked either at home or at your organization on the job site. Well, let's talk about what you could do to help prevent that from happening. So there are going to be the OWASP top 10 mobile controls. And what is a control? It's anything that stops an entity from getting to a resource. So if I want to get to the front desk of a organization, there's a door with a lock. And if I don't have the proper means, I can't get to the door and I can't get to the front desk. If I want to get to a folder in a specific location in a computer system on a network, and I have a login that gives me access to it, then I can, right? So we have everything from keys and locks to passwords and biometrics to other items that will allow you to get to the resource you're looking for. So, right, so identify and protect sensitive data on the mobile device is one of the first controls, right? So we want to stop people from getting to that sensitive data. We want to stop people from getting, using controls over here, to password credentials. We want to stop people from getting to data in transit. We want to stop people from doing that, guess what we need to do? We need to implement good controls. One of those controls is IAM and AAA, right? And over here we see AAA, authentication authorization. It doesn't say accounting. They're talking about session management. So this isn't AAA. This is AAS, right? So we're doing authentication, and session management. We want to protect our APIs. We want to integrate with third-party services and applications and make sure those third-party services and applications are secure, paying attention to storing data and content on our phones and making sure that we have good controls, again, for paid-for resources. There could be an actual paid-for resource that the organization is hosting on the user, on the employee's phone, and they're really on any app that's on an employee phone, and that app is from the organization. There needs to be AAA, authentication, authorization, and accounting, so that, let's say someone picks up the phone and the screen has not died yet, and they click on the organizational app, they should have to log in to it, right? We want to be careful with provisioning and distributing phones and software, carefully checking the runtime interpretation for code errors. In other words, we're going to be looking at that code at a very low level to try to find errors in the code. So some general guidelines for mobile platform security. Don't load too many applications. You know what? Now you tell me. I mean, this is actually one of my problems. I always have too many applications. And so right now I have a phone that has 64 gigs of internal storage, and I have to use third-party tools to manage the apps to make sure it doesn't fill up. And so I'm steadily hunting for a phone that has 128 gigs of internal storage so I can load more applications. But yeah, we don't want to load a bunch of photos to social networks. We want to always assess what our security is. We want to maintain management and control of our devices, install applications from trusted sources like the Play Store and the App Store from Apple. And security wipe or delete data when you're disposing of the device. Be very careful to do that. If you're not using GPS, turn it off. If you're not using Wi-Fi or Bluetooth, turn it off. And never become a throughput, a conduit through which traffic from an open Wi-Fi network can travel from there or back the other direction to a Bluetooth open network. So be very careful with that. All right, so there are tools. Like I said, it's important. Here's my phone right here. It's important that you have mobile security on your device. One of the best ones out there is Malwarebytes. I just love what their presentation on phones. Very good stuff. There's Personal Lockout. There's Zimperian ZIPS, that is a intrusion prevention system. BullGuard Mobile Security. I'm testing BullGuard right now on mobile devices, and so far it looks pretty good. Norton Security for iOS. Komodo, very good security tools that they have. And so, irrespective of the devices we have, we are going to be using devices for our own purposes. We're going to be using mobile devices for communicating at work, at home, etc. We need to make sure that we can do our best to assure that that device is as secure as possible against attack vectors, malware, and the many vulnerabilities that it's possible to have. So we have attacks that can happen against mobile devices. We have countermeasures and security tools we can use. And guess what we're going to do in the next module? We're going to move into a discussion on IoT and OT attacks and the countermeasures that we can set up to protect against attacks against that. So that brings us to the end of this module, and join me for the next one. Sometimes IoT is called IOE, the Internet of Everything, and it is the idea that we are able to connect what before was just an inanimate device. Like for instance, over here I was drinking some tea, a little tea mug here, and you might think it's just a tea mug, but it can easily have an integrated package that's as small as the tip of your finger that measures temperature, maybe water, whether there's water in there or not, that measures whether it's in motion or not, that measures many different things. You can actually have a cup that is on the internet and able to feed data back to a device that's on your phone, an app that's on your phone device, and know what's going on with your coffee cup. So on your way into work, you realize your coffee cup is cold. It should be. There's no coffee in it. So I'm just giving you just a really kind of semi-ridiculous, but definitely possible illustration of what you can do with IoT. And I will actually give a few more as we get deeper into IoT attacks. So with IoT, we're going to look at some of the concepts of IoT. And IoT, I talked about IoE, is the ability to network together devices that would have in former times been completely separated, inanimate, and what are their purposes? To sense, collect data, to embed sensors, to communicate what's going on. So it's just a thing, and so it's something that's implanted. It's human-made, machine-made objects, and even implanted on natural objects. Like for instance, you can implant a device, you push it into a tree, and it'll track tree growth and tree health. So you can even put them in natural, or you have a dog collar and you get information on the location and the disposition of an animal. We have IoT devices that track wildlife. One of the fun things that you can do is you can go to YouTube and type in, I think there's one for eagle. I think it's a bald eagle. There are a couple of them. Eagle live. And you can look at a live picture of a nest where a little eagle has raised generations of eggs, chicks, and other eagles that flew away. And we have live trackers. So not just do we track on man-made objects, but we also track, and we have IoT involved with natural objects too. And we have many different parts of our economy, including industrial, wearable, home, and healthcare, where we have many different delivery modalities and usage scenarios for IoT. Just a couple of them: devices, medical devices, and health checkups, IoT. Tools in manufacturing, like you think of robot arms and sensors and so on, IoT. We have wearable devices like smartwatches and phones. Your cell phone is an IoT device, and even your shoe. You can have IoT shoes. There are not many of them, but there are some. Monitoring home devices, baby monitors that feed you the video, sound, and disposition of that little bundle of joy that's asleep in the little bassinet in that other room, right? So all of these are just scratching the surface of the myriad, the thousands, tens of thousands of classes and types of IoT devices. So how does IoT work? Well, there's a general framework that we'll see right here for some of the functionality of IT. So on the far left side, what we have is IoT devices. So this looks like we're in an industrial setting where we have humidity, moisture, temperature, pressure, sound, vibration. So maybe we are manufacturing something, maybe we're in a chemical plant of some sort. Either way, it doesn't matter. What's going to be happening is we're going to be using a transceiver to send data and receive commands through a gateway. This gateway connects to the internet. And there is a cloud area where the application resides that a controller, an employee, somebody who works with that organization, can review that data, make commands and control things. And that's the general setup. There are other models though, but that's generally how IoT is set up. Next, we look at the architecture of IoT. So way down here at the bottom, we have the actual edge technology. We have the physical device, like an intelligent node, a machine, a device, a sensor. Right above that, like I was showing you a little bit earlier, we have the gateway that has protocols, which are methods of communication between IoT device and gateway and the internet, which is over here, the internet layer, the connection between endpoints. And then we have middleware, where we have the logic of the applications, and then we have the application itself that usually gets downloaded to and installed on a mobile device. So that's a little bit of the architecture. So this goes a little bit deeper into application areas and devices. So for instance, in buildings, we have commercial, institutional, and industrial. So for commercial, institutional, we have offices, hospitality, healthcare, airports, and in industrial, we have processes, clean rooms, and campus. We have all kinds of devices that you will find in that setting. For instance, HVAC, that's heating, ventilation, and air conditioning. And if you think about it, all the controls, temperature controls, remote controls, valves, sensing for humidity, water leakage, so many different things you can check for just one of these. Each of these categories have many, many different devices. So we have energy and home and consumer and healthcare and life sciences and transportation giving us and the energy and everything from turbines to windmills. In fact, as you've noticed, if you've traveled on the road across the United States, and many other countries are having these windmill farms sprout everywhere. And if you are one of the people that work with these windmills, you have a lot of information and control that you can have remotely on apps, right? UPSs, batteries, drills, fuel cells. And if you look at the home and consumer, it's huge. You have an IoT TV, an IoT washing machine, right? When the dryer finishes, your app alerts you. So you don't have to wait if you have a big family and everyone's waiting for the dryer. Not that I would know, of course. Computers, desktops, PDAs, and MRI machines for healthcare. Surgical equipment is IoT enabled. And in fact, there have been medical hacks where a pacemaker that's controlling someone's heart rhythms have been hacked before. And vehicles and ships and planes and signage and tolls for transportation. And industrial giving us pumps and valves and conveyors and fabrication and assembly. And retail giving us point of service terminals and tags and cash registers and vending machines. And security and safety giving us tanks. I don't know about an IoT tank, I'm just saying. But definitely communicating with the soldiers that are in the tank. But you know what? We do have a lot of independent robotic weapons these days, jet fighters and platforms that shoot stuff like tanks. And the battlefield these days, the first level of attack is cybersecurity. That's why it's so important for this. And we have networks. Every device, virtually every device on an IT network is an IoT device. It's able to be communicated with and controlled remotely and over networks. So yeah, this is just a little representation of the many areas, applications, and devices dealing with IoT. And this is also one of, if not the fastest area growing in this sector. So look for even more surprising IoT devices as we move forward. All right, so with all these IoT devices, there are threats and attacks, and there are many different challenges. So I'm going to summarize some of this before I go over it, but imagine this. Imagine you're in a meeting and your boss says to you, hey, I have this widget and I want to buy 150 of them and put them all through the company. And I need you to see if it's secure. And they give you the widget. You take the widget over to your workbench and you read, there's like an entire sentence about how to set it up. and there's a website. That's all the information on there. It's in multiple languages. And so you say, okay, let me see what this thing does. And you start the process of determining what this device is, how it works, how it can interface with your systems. In the process of doing so, you find that it has a web page that you can access over the network by going to the IP address of the device. It's a web page that you didn't put it there, it was part of the device. It's HTTP. You also scan the device, you find that you can telnet port 23 into the device to manage it. So we have that. Okay, so 2 protocols that are unsafe. So you use telnet to get into the device management interface, and there's a default administrator username and a default password. While you're going through the device, you find several things that are disturbing. Number one is that you can't change some of the defaults. For instance, you cannot change that web page from HTTP to HTTPS. Fortunately, you can turn off the web page. That's good. All right, so now we go to the interface. Can I change the port 23 management interface to SSH instead? And maybe you can't find a way to do that. And the next day, while you're fuzz testing the firmware, you find that the firmware has many different vulnerabilities. But as you look around for this device, you find no way to update the firmware and no way to change the default account. You can add a new account, but you can't change the default account. And so you find all these different vulnerabilities, including the fact that this device takes that data from the network, stores it internally, and then uses that data for a purpose. And the data that's stored in the device can't be encrypted, can't be protected. The device will not interface with any of your IAM, any of your authentication. The device will not use a digital certificate, and you can't get rid of most of the defaults. It's a dangerous device to have on your network. And what I'm summarizing here is basically the problem with a huge percentage of IoT devices. Lack of security and privacy. In other words, there is no encryption. Vulnerable web interfaces. In other words, you cannot use secure versions of the protocols. There might be legal, regulatory, and rights issues that arise from the problems with that device. There might be default weak or hard-coded credentials where you can't change them even though the default credentials are weak. There may be clear text protocols, ports that are unnecessarily left open. There might be coding errors, like I was mentioning, buffer overflow or a problem with the firmware. There could be coding errors with the actual software leading to a buffer overflow or storage issues. Or it could be difficult to update, or maybe even impossible to update the firmware, to update the operating system. So these are some of the IoT security problems. At the application level, you have the validation of the inputted string. So there's string data. String is like text ABC123, auth N, auth Z, but there's no automatic security update, default passwords, no firewall, improper communication encryption services, lack of automatic updates, insecure application programming interfaces, improper authentication, again, no encryption for the cloud. And so there can be a host of IoT security problems. Remember, IoT is built on application, network, mobile, cloud, device. That's all IoT. And so all of that all of those, application, network, mobile, and cloud, have to be secure. So some of the threats, we've talked about some of these already: weak, guessable, hard-coded passwords, insecure network services. I was mentioning HTTP and insecure ecosystem interfaces. So the actual device ecosystem, what those devices use to communicate with each other and share information, it's messed up. Insecure interfaces, lack of secure update, lack of secure components. They're outdated. For instance, sometimes what the manufacturer will do is put together the device, and actually on the board of the device, the integrated circuitry Some of that are components that have known flaws, or on the software that's installed in it, software with known flaws that's on this IoT device. Insufficient privacy and data transfer and device management and insecure default settings and lack of physical hardening. Remember that hardening, that word means to get rid of every port, every program, every protocol, everything that's not needed, any data that's not needed on that device. We remove it from that device, and it may be impossible to physically harden the device, meaning that you can't lock it down, you can't hide it, you can't stop people from plugging cables into it. These are very difficult threats for OWASP Top 10 for IoT. We look at some of the types of attacks that can be used against IoT, including DDoS, even an attack on an HVAC system, causing overheating, causing people to suffer. A rolling code attack, this is the type of attack that you do with if you want to steal a vehicle that has a key fob. Blueborn, jamming attacks, remote access attacks, Sybil attacks, where you use sort of a class of Sybil attacks. This is where you use a whole bunch of fake accounts to fool a system. There was a test that was done, and what the person did is got about 20 or 30 cell phones. I think it was about that much, maybe a little bit more. Put them in a wagon, and they were running Waze, the app that you use to guide you through traffic, and pulled the wagon slowly down the street, and Waze reported that 30 cars, they were all there, right, had a traffic jam, and if there's a traffic jam, it'll even reroute around that. Now, that's not quite a Sybil attack, but it is using fake identity, so I always remember that when I see Sybil attack. Exploit kits, man-in-the-middle attacks, replay attacks, forged malicious devices. Somebody comes into your business and takes away an IoT device that's on your network and puts their own in with their own agenda. Can you imagine someone in your house, you're not looking, they take your IoT light bulb and unscrew it and put in their own IoT light bulb that has its own firmware and its own uploaded malware that can communicate with the other devices on your Wi-Fi network? It's crazy. Side channel, ransomware, client impersonation, SQL injection, SDR. These are not just Wi-Fi, but the entire radio spectrum can be used as part of an attack. Fault injection attacks, network pivoting attacks, where IoT devices can be instrumental in allowing an attacker from getting from one part of your network to another. And then DNS rebinding attacks. So we have so many IoT threats to think about. It's very important to understand when we get to ways of protecting the IoT device. So how, in general, do we hack IoT? Number one, you have to listen in. You have to sniff the network. Get an idea for all the devices on the network, from the infrastructure networking devices like the routers and switches and IoT gateways and IDSs, IPSs, all the way down to the servers and the workstations. And then once you do that, eavesdrop on the network, and you find that they're IoT devices, you can begin to make a plan to create your own services. This is a fake server over here. Implant your own devices. These are the fake devices over here. Interface them with the network and use it to do a wide variety of attacks. One of the types of attacks you can do is a distributed denial of service attack. So what happens in this case is you make IoT devices that are compromised by the attacker into an army of botnets, light bulbs, temperature sensors, other mobile IoT devices. And then when it comes time for the attack, the attacker, using their CNC server, says, "Botnets on the march." And they send a huge number of packets against a target server, causing that service to go down. So a lot of times in history, you have seen IoT used in distributed denial of service attacks, bringing down some major services. You can exploit HVAC. And if you see this right here, in fact, you might want to try this. If you go to shodan.io on one of your tabs, you'll find a web page that looks like this. You can search for IoT devices through Shodan. Like, for instance, you can type in camera. There are more advanced searches that you can do, but you can look for a camera, street cam, a speaker, or just try searching for any type of IoT device. If you get a good search, you'll get a list of devices and locations, IP addresses, information about it. You can find out again on shodan.io. Another thing that Shodan has is if you scroll down on the top page, there is a plugin that works for Firefox and for Chrome that allows you to, any web resource you visit, a web app or web page, get all of the information and some of the basic vulnerabilities of that website. So Shodan.io has a lot of good tools available for hacking IoT. And so in this case, you have HVAC running. If you look here, we have HVAC stuff. The attacker tries to get into the ICS system. This is an industrial control system. Gain control of that system, and they can carry out other attacks by infecting parts of that system, by taking advantage of security vulnerabilities in the system. And a lot of times, if HVAC, if the system works, it's just left there. Remember, where are the controls for HVAC? They are in closets, in back rooms. And so, yeah, you might have an Iridium server, but it's all defaulted, and no one ever even checks. Periodically, someone goes in there and makes a change, but that's it, right? Those systems can be exploited. You can exploit HVAC. I mentioned this a little bit earlier, but this is a rolling code attack. So let's say that I'm walking out to my car. And as I'm on my way out to my car, I get out my fob and I go, you know, it makes a little noise when you click on the button. But wait a minute, nothing happened, right? The car didn't unlock. That was very strange. Well, wait. What happened? On the first time I hit that button, there was an attacker. I don't know why. I don't know why he's not wearing a hoodie, but he does have these weird looking glasses, so must be an attacker. And so what he does is use it as a jammer to jam the car reception of the signal, and then he sniffs this first code and captures that information. All right. Then, since it doesn't lock, what does this person do is click that key again. And the attacker then also sniffs the second code. But on the second try of the attempt, the attacker forwards the first code and the car unlocks. So you have to be pretty quick with it, right? So the recorded second code is still with the attacker. And later on, they can follow that car. The person parks their car in their driveway. They go in and they are making a spaghetti dinner with their kids when somebody passes by the window and says, "Hey, where's the car?" Well, the dude with the weird looking glasses got the car from a rolling code attack. And by the way, you can put together rolling code attack. Like for instance, you can use a Raspberry Pi and other tools to put together the hardware. And then there's software available online for rolling code attacks. Blueborn attack. A Blueborn attack is against Bluetooth. If you look at this, we have these all over the place in our home offices and in our offices. And these are Bluetooth-enabled devices, like Bluetooth-enabled printers. And so what happens is the attacker is going to do a discovery. Remember some of the discovery tools we talked about in a previous module where you could do Bluetooth discovery. We're going to get the MAC address of that device and probe it and get the OS information. And based upon that information, we can get network information. We can get critical information on the device. We can use the device to spread malware. One of the things I want you to think about is Bluetooth-enabled devices, printers in particular. Many of the printers that we have on corporate offices, those are pretty powerful computers. And a lot of them have general purpose computing modules in them that can be hacked. Very interesting stuff. That's a blue-born attack. Next, we look at a jamming attack. Remember, I was talking about purchasing a jammer and how a jammer is, under certain circumstances, very illegal. But this guy's an attacker, right? He doesn't care about illegalities. He's just trying to attack it. So what he does is he jams the communication by sending these random radio signals at a very high energy, disabling sending and receiving the use of Wi-Fi. Maybe one of the purposes of the attack might be to disable Wi-Fi based security, Wi-Fi cameras, Wi-Fi scanners of other types, and then use that ruse to get into the facility or whatever. There are many reasons for jamming attacks. Next, we talk about looking at smart grid, industrial devices, remote access backdoors that can be on those devices. Wow, there's a lot that you can do with this. Number one, in terms of how this usually works, is we need to get something on the inside in order to make this work. So what they're going to do is they're going to craft an email to a worker in the organization, and then the worker is going to open and be fooled into running a file. And so that malicious file, that malware, reports back, and now the attacker has a back door installed there inside the network. And then they can gain access to the logical network of that entire organization and then begin working on the SCADA. SCADA are going to be machines like sensors, actuators, HVAC, etc. And then disable the power supply, turn off all the power, leaving a city or municipality or a data center or whatever it is without power and causing all kinds of havoc. So that industrial grid, that smart grid, industrial devices, very important to protect them. And I tell you what, this is an area that is still highly underprotected and vulnerable. So we need people like you to learn ethical hacking and then protect these organizations. I had mentioned when we were talking about SDR that SDR deals with the entire radio spectrum, not just like, for instance, Wi-Fi. Why does it do that? Well, because SDR stands for Software Defined Radio. And so what you do with SDR, I've done this before with EC Council's Storm devices. You get it's essentially an antenna dongle. You can examine the entire radio spectrum. Just as an example, one of the really cool apps that you can do with the SDR is you can get the radio transponder signals from local air traffic, and then on a little map on your device, you can get the transponder codes of all the aircraft that are flying nearby. It's actually very interesting. And by the way, we're just looking at 3 here, but there are literally dozens, if not scores or hundreds of attacks and many other uses for SDR, right? One is that replay attack I was talking about before. Another one is a cryptanalysis attack where you find the cryptographic protocols and use that to find what the modulation is. And some of these can be side channel attacks to get the cryptographic algorithms and crack them. There are reconnaissance attacks where you just listen in at the radio level on what's going on, maybe getting product ID or getting information on that device. So there are a few things you can do, and there's more. Like for instance, one of the areas that I was working with a team to put together is using SDR to hack drones. You can do drone attacks with SDR. You can use SDR to attack anything like radio-controlled, anything that's radio-controlled. So if you see someone with a radio-controlled car or radio-controlled robot arm, whatever it is, SDR can play a role in attacking that. There are also fault injection attacks, and this is where, also known as perturbation attacks or perturbation attacks, where what will happen is they'll inject faulty programs into a system and compromise the integrity of that system. We see this mostly in things like EMFI, optical electromagnetic fault injection attacks, or BBI, which are body bias injection. And this is where we introduce faults into lasers, into anything that's producing electromagnetic pulses, which is a lot of equipment, especially at the scientific and experimental level. We can do frequency voltage tampering. Just one small example of that. If you go back before the turn of the century into the 90s, what you would see is people getting bigger and bigger CRT monitors for their desktops. An interesting thing is that there was an interplay between the interleave and the frequency and several other controls on the monitor. And if you did it just right, or in some cases just wrong, you could actually have an interplay of frequencies in that CRT monitor such that you could actually brick the monitor and make it smoke, right? So you could do a lot with tampering with frequency and voltage. You could change if you could change 120 AC to 125 or 130, you can burn out computer systems, cause fires, mess up power supplies, burn out chips. We also have power and clock, like I was talking about with the frequency on that clock, resetting, glitching, power supplies, even temperature attacks. Cause the weather outside to get really cold. I'm just kidding. It doesn't work with the weather outside, but it does work with the temperature inside, where, for instance, let's say that I have a sensor that if it's hot, it'll do one thing, or if it's cold, it'll do another thing. And I'm the attacker and I want it to do something, so I put a heat source in front of the sensor and it causes the sensor to change the environment. Or I put a cold source in front of the sensor and it causes the sensor to change the environment, right? So I can use that as a potential attack. Like, for instance, I can fool a sensor in a data center into thinking that it is very, very hot in the data center and get all of the devices to start using too much energy. And I mean, there's just so many things you can do with these types of attacks. These are called fault injection. You inject a fault. It's wrong data, faulty data that causes trouble. One of these aren't fault injections, but they could easily be done by an attacker. And I don't know any of them that have been done, but rockets that crash or explode. There was one that happened in the last decade. I can't remember how long ago it was. The rocket goes up and then it looks like it's going sideways and then it looks like it tries to turn and then it just blows up. What had happened was there was a fault. Somebody had installed a sensor upside down. So the rocket was trying to get right side up, which was point towards Earth, and in the process of doing so, it blew up. So little things like that can cause huge problems. So fault injection attacks. The next thing we look at then is, how do you capture this information? How do you know whether there is an attacker in your network scanning or doing something with IoT? So one of the things you can do is you can use Nmap to identify IoT devices. This is one of the commands you can use, Nmap. See a little -P? That means I'm specifying ports. I'm specifying port 8081, 8080, 8081 against that target IP address. And finding any open insecure HTTP ports, I can run IP ADDR show or if config against WLAN 0 to find out information about the configuration of my wireless. Airmon NG to go into monitor mode and monitor nearby wireless networks. I can discover wireless networks, note down the channels and traffic in Wireshark and in AirCrack. I can set up my wireless card to listen on the same channel. Again, I can launch a Wireshark and go on the interface. There are interfaces listed when you first go into Wireshark. And then from there, click on the WLAN 0mon and start capturing traffic. And so I can collect information on my IoT network and analyze it in Wireshark to make sure that it's as secure as I can make it. Other tools that you can use for IoT is Firmalizer. This one analyzes your firmware. Remember, I was saying that there are a lot of IoT devices that have pretty bad firmware. Other tools, Riot, Vulnerability Scanner Forensics, IoT Inspector, RF Crack, and Hack RF1. Many very cool tools. All right, well, so SDR, you can do quite a lot with it since you can see the entire spectrum in terms of radio. There's one that's just very interesting called a fault injection attack. Fault injection attacks, otherwise known as perturbation attacks. What happens is you inject faulty information, faulty data into the information stream just to trick the system and make it malfunction. Imagine this. There's a data center, racks of computers that are processing data for an organization. Somebody in that data center goes to the one fire sensor and lights a lighter. And pretty soon the water sprays or the halon, if it's still in a data center, goes off or whatever happens. Or imagine if there is a sensor that adjusts heat and cold, and so you get something frozen and you put it right next to it and it thinks everything is cold, so it turns on the heat, or vice versa. So we have temperature attacks. We can reset a clock or introduce a skew into the system. We can even use EMFI, which is optical electromagnetic fault injection. So RFI, magnetic fields, electrical induction, or electrical transmission into a place where it shouldn't be, higher voltage or even lower voltage due to other things. You adjust the magnetic field, adjust the voltage, and make it believe something else is happening. Even BBI and frequencies, and there's so many things that you can do to make it look like it is something else to the machine. Just one more example, I was talking about temperature attacks, but a lot of times in order to use software that had like a 30-day shelf life, I remember turning back the clock of the computer system and then getting another 30 days, at least while I had the clock turned back. Most software is a little bit smarter than that now, but those are just types of injection. You can inject a fault into the system by feeding faulty data into that system. Either way, no matter what type of attack that's happening on the OT or the IoT network, it's going to be your job or my job to capture and analyze that information using tools like Wireshark to do that sniffing. If you look at what we're doing here with Wireshark, we are using Nmap, and in Nmap we are doing a scan, and that -P there means the specific ports I'm scanning are 8081, 8080, and 8081. Then I give it the target IP address that I want. Let's say it's 10.10.10.16, or it could be an entire subnet or range, like 10.10.10.0/24. That's 254 hosts that it would scan on a subnet. So that's one thing I can do. What will this do for me? This will help to identify IoT devices, specifically pairing port 80 and 81 with 8080 and 8081. So this is just one of, there are hundreds of different scans, and there are probably like maybe a top 10 to 20 scans that you can do using Nmap for IoT and OT devices, but this is probably the best general scan. So this is one thing we want to do. So we run that scan. We can run ifconfig on the network. This is a command that runs in Linux. We can also do a IP interface command, which is a newer version of a command that does the same thing as the now deprecated ifconfig. And we target WLAN 0. This means I'm looking at a wireless network scan. We have AirMon that we can run, and AirMon is part of the AirCrack NG suite. And we put that NIC into monitor mode, meaning that it's going to act in a promiscuous manner meaning that it's going to be able to take every single wireless frame, not just the ones that are addressed to that wireless NIC, but all of them. And then we're going to scan all the nearby wireless networks by starting that with W0mon. We'll discover our wireless devices, find the channels, sniff the traffic using Wireshark, set up our wireless card to listen to traffic that's on the same channel using Airmon NG again. We start WLAN 0mon for channel 11. It could be another channel, but that's the channel we have in this example. And then we launch Wireshark, and we select the interface that we had in monitor mode, in this case, WLAN 0mon. And then we can start capturing traffic going to and from that specific set of devices in that specific channel and monitor everything. And if there's anything that is not encrypted, I'll be able to see and analyze that traffic. There are other tools to help you analyze, monitor, and work with your IoT network, including Firmalizer. This is actually a very important one. The reason why Firmalizer is so important is because it helps you to analyze your device, identify configuration, even at the firmware level, hence Firmalizer, and look for vulnerabilities in that device. And we look for vulnerabilities with Riot Vulnerability Scanner, with IoT Inspector, RF Crack, and Hack RF1, both very amazing tools that you can use to help analyze your Wi-Fi network, Wi-Fi devices, and your wired network, wired devices that are IoT in nature. Right, next we're going to look at some IoT attack countermeasures. So how do you protect your IoT network? There's quite a lot that you can do to protect your IoT network. And I will also offer these as not just for the industrial, the enterprise IoT or OT network, but also when you go buy a Ring doorbell or a Wise camera or a third-party knockoff IoT device, if you find a guest account or a demo account, disable those accounts because hackers love those. Attackers will take over your device and monitor everything you're doing if you have accounts like that. Use the lockout feature for accounts that have excessive invalid login attempts. Let's say that I create an account on an IoT device called Kevin King. And the Kevin King account, some attacker tries to hack that account using a dictionary attack. And so they'll attempt to log in 1 time, 2 times, 3 times, and the 4th time it will lock them out and they'll have to start over again, which is a huge endeavor. So if you have an account lockout feature on your IoT device, make sure you have it turned on for all accounts on that IoT device. And implement strong authentication. If it's possible to use 802.1x and use a radius or a diameter or a TAC-ACK plus server to do your authentication, then do that. If you can do certificates or 2-factor authentication or multi-factor authentication, then do that for your device. You don't want to have a device that just has like a 5-letter dictionary password. Don't do that. You want to at least have a strong passphrase using the best encryption possible. And also for your local control system, your networks, make sure your devices are behind firewalls. And also, they need to be on a different subnet, different VLAN, different physical network than your business network. Because if your devices become infected with some type of worm or something like that, you do not want that getting into your business network. So remember, one of our themes of countermeasures is to have smaller networks, smaller subnets, and more of them. Also, we might want to implement end-to-end encryption using a PKI. And we could have, for instance, devices that can do it. We could have IPsec, IPsec communicating between the devices. We could have the PKI provide each device with a certificate. There's a lot that we can do with a PKI installed. Also, we need to make sure that the device has the latest update and patches in terms of firmware, and that if there are any vulnerabilities that we find on that device, whether it be software, cloud, firmware, or many of the other areas identified as potentially vulnerable for IoT devices, we need to make sure and upload the latest information and patch those vulnerabilities. You're not alone. You don't have to do this all yourself, running tools one at a time to first I'm going to scan the firmware, now I'm going to scan for open ports. You could actually use some IoT security tools that are built to do the whole thing for you, including CCAT.io, which is a nice little software as a service technology that's used to do reliable, scalable IoT, scan them, look for vulnerabilities. We have DigiCert.io Device Manager, Fortinet, Darktrace, a semantic critical system protection, Cisco IoT threat defense. And I will also offer to you that both in AWS and Azure, they have very good cloud-based solutions for managing and searching for vulnerabilities in your IoT devices. Right now, we're going to talk about OT attacks. And so that's where we're going to be. We're going to be looking at some of the OT concepts. We're going to be looking at OT attacks. And we're also going to spend a little bit of time on OT countermeasures. So let's start with what is OT. OT stands for operational technology. Let me just describe it to you a little bit. Whereas IoT, you'll find those devices in your home. Like for instance, you might have a Ring doorbell and you might pick up your phone at work because the doorbell rang, and it could be somebody you know. Hey, that's Fred. And you hit a button and you say, Fred, I see you came over for once. Sorry no one's home, but go on in and have a cold brewski and I'll be there in a half an hour. I'm locking the door for you. Lock it afterwards, please. And you can let Fred in and he can go pop a cold brewski and wait for you to get there, right? So that's your Ring doorbell. You could have an IoT toaster, pop 2 slices of that really cool nut bread with like really cool stuff in it, and get ready with that nice butter, and then you put the toaster in, and then you go to another room and you get an alert. The toast will be popping up in 5 seconds. And so right after it pops up, it's nice and warm. You put that butter on it. Oh, such yum. IoT coffee pot. You go to work, you have IoT office devices, IoT cameras, IoT stuff. That's all through your office, all through your home. Your car is IoT, right? So you get out of your car. It's a brand new 2020 some type of really cool automated car, and you get near a parking space and you get out of the car and you hit a button, parallel park my car, and your car parallel parks into the space. It's an IoT car. Well, that's the world of IoT. Now what I want you to do is let's take a trip with me to your local airport. Now, we're not going to go into the passenger areas. We're not going to go into the area where there's food and the concourse and all that. No, we're going to go behind one of those doors that you have to have a badge. Let's go inside there. Let's take an elevator. We're going to go down 4 floors. We are now underneath the airport. And underneath the airport, we have a lot of the machinery for security, machinery for the transport of the waste and the water and electricity and fiber optics and all that stuff. And on one side of the airport, we have this huge automated baggage handling airport But if you go to the other side, underneath, you find this equipment that's there for monitoring who goes by what sensors on the runways. And you get reports that get sent up to air traffic control and the FAA. And you have all this equipment under the airport. Also, take a trip with me to the city center. And let's look at how we distribute all of the information from traffic light cameras and traffic light control on each street corner. And there are just all these devices, all these sensors. If we go back to the airport and the FAA, we have these sensors that are way out in the middle of nowhere that help guide airplanes in. And we have just so many city things in utilities, like in the water grid, in electricity, in gas pipelines. For instance, there might be too much pressure in a pipeline, and a sensor might tell us that we need to open that valve a little bit more to let more gas through. We have, like I was saying, transportation. I was talking about the traffic light signals and traffic light cameras and automation. Even in office buildings, besides the copier printer that's IoT, we have OT devices like the biometric scanners in the doors and fire extinguishers that might report in every time they're queried to let you know if they're charged or not. And then robots like Rosie the robot or whatever type of robot that you have in your industrial office. And we have things like in the hospital, ECG, MRI scanners, microscopes, and even medications and implantable items that are themselves OT. And if we look at this series of diagrams here, OT encompasses industrial control systems, including PLC, RTUs, DCS, and SCADA, which we'll look at in just a moment. These industrial control systems monitor all these industrial operations that make a city run, that make a building with HVAC, heating, ventilation, air conditioning run, that are at the bottom levels of the airport, that are in General Motors, Ford, and Tesla manufacturing plants. So that is what OT is. A little bit different than IoT, a little bit more industrial, and they can tend to have devices that are a lot older and in many cases easier to hack. So let's talk about some essential terminology for OT. The first thing we want to look at is assets. What is an asset? Whenever I talk about assets in my classes, I ask my students to spell the word differently. What we're going to do is we're going to take those two S's there and we're going to replace them with dollar signs, because assets are what is most important for me to protect. What will happen if it breaks, if it goes away, if it gets hacked? If I have I've talked about this before, an HP LaserJet 3 printer versus a 32 node array of computer systems that are running a back-end database for a $2 million a day website. Are you kidding? I don't want any one of those nodes of that database cluster to fail, but I don't care so much if the HP LaserJet printer reboots, right? So one of them is an asset that's worth $2 million a day, and the other one is worth pennies a day or even less. So that's how I measure it. So we have assets that are like sensors, actuators, servers, workstations, network devices, programmable logic controllers. And then we have logical assets. These are software like control graphics, program logic, databases, firmware, rules, all that kind of stuff. And you know this, I mean, you could have an array of sensors that are worth $300 each, that are more valuable than a bunch of servers, because those sensors, if they go off, can cause a failure of a multi-billion-dollar plant. I could come up with many stories of multi-billion-dollar plants that went up in smoke, blew up, killed people, and failed because the organization didn't realize that it wasn't their $1 million equipment that was the biggest asset, but the array of sensors that stopped that plant from blowing up, right? So you need to be very careful how you class your assets when you're dealing with OT. Next, we have zones and conduits. And so this is a way of segregating the network, breaking the network up into small pieces, isolating those assets to have good, strong security control mechanisms. So if an attacker gets through to one segment of your network, they won't be able to get to another segment where perhaps that array of sensors that's helping to stop your plant from blowing up is in that other segment, right? So it's hard to cross over. So we zone our OT networks and we create conduits. The next thing we have is the industrial network versus the business network. The industrial network are automated control systems that make up OT, and it's all industrial. Robot arms, conveyor belts, sensors. I'm right now in my mind, I was watching a video the other day of how I think it was plywood was made or something like that, and there was an entire path from tree to log. They have these tree farms where they grow the trees and then they harvest them, and they use all these automated processes to make a multi-layer piece of plywood, and it involves quite a lot of sensors, quite a lot of controls in an industrial network. Whereas in the business network, that's where people are running around with shirts with collars on them like this, and a short sleeve environment, and people wearing suits and work shoes and stuff like that, right? So that is a different infrastructure. That business network is where we'll have our IoT. These two networks should never meet. They need to be separate from each other to avoid attacks. Let's look at some more essential terminology. We have industrial protocols, and this is an area that is a difficult area, I must say. And the reason why is because I've seen many people that have the best training, have been in the IT industry for a long time, can name what ports and flags TCP uses, what UDP is, what layer of the OSI model is, the wiring differences between Cat 5A and B, and also what the difference is between all the versions of Cat 6 and 7 are. And they could wire a patch panel and understand all the IEEE protocols, and they're Bixby and Cisco and Microsoft certified, and they have their other credentials, but they have never had an opportunity to deal with S7, Modbus, CDA, SIP, and many of these other industrial protocols. They're just a lot different. And this shows only 4 of them. And there are probably about 30 to 40 major industrial protocols on the OT and then also on the IoT side that network engineers are just not that familiar with. And so that is also one of the issues. So we have industrial protocols, we have the network perimeter, and we have a boundary network, like the network edge that leads into that industrial network, where we have a closed group for those OT assets to reside. We have the electronic security perimeter. This is another boundary between secure and insecure zones. So we may have some assets that can be outside and insecure, right? So for instance, just give you the example of a Wi-Fi network. I might have an office that has a Wi-Fi network that a guest who's visiting the office can get access to the internet. But then I have another Wi-Fi network that's more secure that employees can use, and they have to use multi-factor authentication to get to that one. And for the insecure zone for Wi-Fi, the employee or the visitor, will be able to just use a pre-shared key, like a passphrase. And that's the same thing with the OT insecure zone. We may have some assets, some OT assets that don't require the same security as the secure zone OT assets. We also have critical infrastructure. This is a collection of your physical systems, your programmatic systems, your logical systems, that if they fail, can cause massive problems, public health, economic issues, destruction, security issues, etc. What we find is with industrial-based systems, there are hazards that go far beyond what we see with normal IoT systems in a business network or at home. For instance, if I have a gas sensor monitor for a room that can tell me the oxygen versus carbon dioxide level in a room, we've had many accidents, industrial accidents, where an employee will go down into a room and not realize that the air they're breathing has no oxygen in it. There are other industrial accidents where there is a device that is moving out of bounds and makes contact with an employee. There are doors that should be locked that for some reason are unlocked and they cause problems. You can have a loss of life and loss of the entire plant with OT if you don't get your industrial controls correct. So this terminology is important. OT is very important. And let's continue talking about it. Here we have a little bit of the Venn diagram of where IT and OT meet. So on the OT side, we have mechanical devices, robot arms, thinking of that lumber plant again, saws and devices. Now I'm thinking of a Tesla plant or a GM plant where a door is picked up and or a chassis is put on top of a frame or something like that. So mechanical devices, these big robot arms or actuated devices, SCADA, DCS, PLCs, RTUs, these are all ways to control a small section of the OT network. On this side, IT, we have cloud and internet and networks and storage, and we have things that are really familiar to a lot of people like Java and SQL and so on. But for both of them, we need improved security, quality, and productivity. One of the buzzwords, and I actually like this buzzword, is that we are moving into Industry 4.0, this IoT, this IT-OT convergence. We have smart manufacturing. One of the best examples of that, I guess, is to look at how Tesla manufactures their vehicles with a smart blend of automated systems and systems that require human intervention. They are so on the 4.0 bandwagon. And there are many other industries and automotive lines and airplane lines and so on that are in Industry 4.0, where we have these OT and IoT devices and methodologies woven into the manufacturing. So this is a convergence we're talking about. They're moving closer together. And we have the idea of IoT for industrial operations, monitoring supply chains, monitoring manufacturing and management systems. And that comes out to IIoT, the Industrial Internet of Things. What we need to have another look at here, or not another look, but have a look at, is what's called the Purdue model. The Purdue model is actually something that we get from the Purdue Enterprise Reference Architecture, or PERA, which is used to describe internal connections, all the dependencies that we use in ICS networks. There are actually 3 zones in this model, right? So if we look at the zones, the 2 major zones are the OT systems, where we have our manufacturing zone, and the enterprise system, where we have our enterprise zone. The zone that separates those is the DMZ, or the Industrial Demilitarized Zone, the IDMZ. So down here in OT, we have operating systems and sites and control systems, supervisory controls, intelligent devices, and way at the bottom, level 0. So 4 levels here. We have the physical access. And then in the enterprise zone, we have our enterprise network and business logic systems, and all separated by this IDMZ to make sure that if one of these is hacked, the other one won't be affected, right? So that's the Purdue model. If you're going to be working with OT networks, it's worth a look into the Purdue model. All right, OT is very cool. I mean, there's so much more we could say about it, but we're going to talk about some of the threats of attacks that we have for OT networks. There are a lot of challenges for OT. One of them is lack of visibility. I mentioned an airport before. The reason I mentioned that is because in one of my jobs, one of my first management jobs, I was both the IT manager and managed all our servers and network infrastructure and all that stuff, but I was also the facilities manager. And I was a member of a facilities management association that got to do a tour of our airport. And I was really shocked at all of the controls and the industrial infrastructure that I found underneath our local airport. It was crazy. And that's so true, lack of visibility. These devices are in water treatment and sewage treatment and the bottom sides of airports and out in the middle of the woods somewhere. We have some type of device that's monitoring air quality or something like that. You just don't see them very often. They're not visible. They just sit in their location and run and provide data. But since we don't see them, we kind of forget about them. The next one is a lot of plain text passwords we find in OT devices, especially the fact that so many of these OT devices are so old and they've always had plain text passwords since the device was installed back in 1997. There is network complexity. We have layers and layers of networks. We have subnets. We have separation between the OT and the IoT and the OT networks. And it gets very complex. Like I mentioned before, legacy technology, mixtures of devices from 2022, but also we have stuff from 1992 mixed in with the sensors and actuators and wiring and so on of these devices. Also, if I have a sensor and the sensor triggers, a little programmatic sensor, it triggers above one, if the temperature gets high enough, it triggers. If the temperature gets low enough, it sends an alert, and that's it. That's all it does all day and night. And if the temperature is in the middle, it doesn't send any alert. Is there an antivirus that I can install on that sensor? Norton sensor antivirus. No, there's no such thing. Avast sensor antivirus. No, they don't have that either. No, there is no antivirus that you can put on most OT devices. How you're going to have an antivirus that'll run on a control board that is taking inputs from a conveyor belt and feeding that into 3 different robot arms. That control board has that one purpose. That's all it does. It's not going to run antivirus on it. And so if an attacker decides to write a virus for that control board, guess what? I have no visibility to that for my endpoint protection. Lack of skilled security personnel. I am so glad that you are taking this class, taking a big step into becoming one of those skilled security professionals. Because right now, if you go into one of the biggest job sites, guess what you're going to find? That there is a huge need for skilled security professionals. So I'm glad you're here. We need you. I think there's an estimate that over the next few years, there's going to be about a lack of about 500,000 IT security related jobs, right? Surely that's enough for you to get one of them. The next one is the rapid pace of change. We are in an era of asymptotic change where you look at a line. We're used to change where there's a line that goes from, it used to be down here, now it's up here, like a little diagonal line, right? But instead of having a diagonal line, we are in an era where the line looks more like this, where it looked like it was going diagonal for a while, but then it shoots up. And we are in a curve point location where it's changing so fast that we can't anticipate it. We're still looking at the change and we're thinking that it's going to go this fast, but then we get to this time point right here, and instead of being right here, it's actually the change has gone all the way up to here. We're like, what just happened? Why are quantum computers breaking all my security? Why do I have to move from IPv4 to IPv6 now? Because things have changed so rapidly. We're in an era where change is exponential, and it's only through exponential thinking that we can keep track of it. You have to keep on top of it. And so we have there's legacy technology, outdated systems. So the legacy technology is the sensor, the actuator, the physical control, whereas the outdated system is that software that's running on a version of Linux that came out right after Linux came out, or it's running on DOS 6.1. Yes, you will find systems like that out in the OT world that are still running on antiquated software, antiquated hardware. And then we have haphazard modernization. It is very dangerous in some cases the way modernization happens, because what will happen is it'll modernize part of the plant, part of the system, but not the other. And therefore, we can put all kinds of protection into the nice modern part, but then we forget about the part that hasn't been modernized. And so we think we're protected, but in reality, we're not, because we have legacy technology and outdated systems in the parts of the industrial facility that have not yet been modernized. And then we have a convergence that's happening with IT. And again, that kind of goes hand in hand with the haphazard modernization. And then we have unique production networks, proprietary software. So in this case, we are not working with Windows 10 or Ubuntu Linux. We are working with systems that have been written specifically for whatever purpose that they're doing. So in fact, some of these are actual operating systems that were written just for that control device by a group of developers who aren't even working together. They're working for other companies. This was 12 years ago, 15 years ago, even 20 years ago, where they wrote this very unique software. And it's hard to protect it because it's so unique. And in some cases, it may be almost impossible to replace. So let's see, how do we replace this software? Well, this software actually is connected to 30 programmable logic controllers. And those programmable logic controllers each control 50 devices. And you need to replace every single one of those programmable logic controllers that we've had there for so long. And it's going to cost us $20,000 at every PLC. And then we have to replace all the devices. And then we have to establish new cabling, because we're just using punch down cables and twisted pair to communicate. Now we're going to have to lay fiber. You go on, and it might take $10 million to replace a system that's costing literally a few dollars a year to run. I mean, what a leap. Might be very difficult for an organization to pull the trigger on that, to make that choice to replace an entire level of their system, because they have outdated systems. They have legacy software and hardware, and they have systems with vulnerable communication protocols that cannot be changed. HTTP, Telnet, port 80, port 23, SMTP, SNMP. These are all vulnerable protocols, and sometimes you have systems that are running these, and they cannot be upgraded, changed, moved, or modified. Many challenges for OT. Now let's look at some of the threats. With all those challenges, that means we have threats that can be brought to bear on OT. Number one is maintenance and administrative threats. In other words, we are not maintaining or administering these industrial systems because we don't have the ability to, or nobody is looking into it. There could be data leakage because of lack of secure protocols, open ports, etc. And lack of encryption too. Like for instance, you can't encrypt the internal storage. There could be protocol abuse where protocols that are implemented on these industrial systems are being used for other purposes, opening them up further to attack. And then we have the potential destruction of ICS resources where an attacker can cause a fault in an ICS resource that can bring the whole system down. They can scan, they can use protocols in a bad way, they can do denial of service attacks, they can snarf data, they can do all kinds of stuff. They can even get a hold, and speaking of maintenance and administrative threats, they can get a hold of administrative interfaces through the internet if the IoT or the OT device is on the internet. So lots of OT threats, including HMI-based attacks, enterprise-specific tool attacks. Let's just stop at this one here, spear phishing, where the attacker does their research and finds one of the managers who's in control of systems and gets them to click on a link that has some type of malware that infects the OT system, looking for someone specifically to attack with malware, or maybe even looking for and scanning the network for unpatched OT devices. A side channel attack is an attack where you don't go directly at it. You don't go directly. Instead, you look for heat or vibration or other means to figure out what's going on. You can cause apps to crash with buffer overflow or get data or information because of poorly implemented buffer management, memory management of apps, and even exploiting RF remote controllers. We already talked a little bit about SDR and how we can analyze radio frequencies. And yeah, we can do all that with these things. There are so many tools and other things that can be used to exploit OT. I mentioned HMI, and this is the type of attack that we can have with HMI. HMI, what they try to do is compromise these systems. What are they? They're hubs that control critical infrastructure. And so they can gain access to the HMI system and cause physical damage to the SCADA device. What are some of the SCADA vulnerabilities that are exposed by HMI-based attacks? Well, number one is memory corruption. We're talking about the problems of buffer overflow. And so we can corrupt memory and cause many issues with that. Number two, lack of authorization, authentication, or insecure defaults can cause an attack. This is a really bad vulnerability. Running a default admin account. The password is admin. The username is admin or something like that. From there, we can do credential management-based attacks because the OT device, the SCADA device, whatever it is using insecure credentials. And in some cases, that insecure system cannot even be upgraded. Then we have code injection, where you can do SQL injection to the back-end database, LDAP injection to the back-end identity system, and so on. So we have HMI attacks, and in this case, we also have side channel, like I was talking about, where we're looking at physical attributes of the device, power, radiation, vibration, heat, looking at those other areas. So we have a probe, we have an oscilloscope to measure even sound. We can tell from certain types of analyses on industrial devices that are moving what types of bearing they use. We can look for power dissipation and find out what type of CPU or control channels they're using. There's so much you can do to probe the system and find out more about it, and then develop a profile of that system to tell you what it is that's in it, and then how to conduct your attack. So that's a side channel attack. A couple of different ways that you can do side channel attacks is with a timing analysis. So what you do is you monitor how long it takes for a device to finish one complete password authentication to determine the number of incorrect characters. So for instance, if all the characters are incorrect, it takes X amount of time for it to give me an error or to react. If only 2 of the characters of the password are incorrect, then it comes back with Y amount of time, etc. We can analyze that to eventually get the right password or other types of intrusions. Then, like I was talking about with power, you can either analyze the power itself, and you can tell there's a small dip in power every time it does an operation, or with heat dissipation, you can look and calculate power consumption and then use that to determine if a character of the password or was correct or incorrect, and eventually use that to, one character at a time, pull out the password and then hack into the OT device. So whether it's side channel attacks or attacks against HMI, these human-machine interfaces, or DCS, there are so many different attacks, and one that exemplifies the kinds of attacks that we need to defend against is, or I should say, are PLC attacks. These are programmable logic controller attacks, and what these are used for is controlling physical access to infrastructure. And so what they do is they find the edge of the PLC that's exposed to the internet using tools. I just had you open up a tab and look at Shodan. Tools like that, and there are others, and they can work at hacking those interfaces. They can look at pin controls, they can tamper with other types of access. But let's have a look at how that might work out. Step number 1 is gaining access. So step number 1, where the attacker gains unauthorized access to PLC by injecting a rootkit. How does that work? How do you inject a rootkit into a PLC? Well, one methodology is by social engineering, getting the user, some user in an organization, to click on a link in a specifically targeted email. But when that happens, the next thing that happens is we launch a control flow attack against the PLC runtime. The runtime is that software that's running. Gain access to that PLC by, for instance, guessing the default password. These are all part of gaining access. Some of the consequences of that intrusion are, number 1, they get root access to the PLC where they can do whatever they want, or they can manipulate the PLC operations, as we see as a consequence of step 3. But after the attacker gains root access to the PLC, they can map the I/O. What are the interfaces? What is going into and out of this PLC? They can do some debugging and actually look at the low-level code of the register and the intercepts. They look at read operations. They look at write operations. And then they can modify the initialization sequence or other parts of the I/O sequences they discover, and manipulate the operations of that programmable logic controller. Now, some of the preconditions to being able to map out the I/O and to be able to intercept read-write operations is they identify the physical processes that are controlled by the PLC. So if the PLC controls some part of an industrial process on a conveyor belt, for instance, or if it's controlling a series of robot arms, it's a whole lot different, both of those processes. So if you can find out what it's doing, then you can begin to map out that I/O for all the operations, or they can identify the mapping between the I/O pins and the PLC logic. So there's logic, there are steps that are written in the actual code for the PLC, but then there's an interface from this PLC out to the devices that it's controlling, or the device that it's controlling. And so a physical mapping needs to happen in some cases to get that logical mapping, and then to eventually manipulate the operations of that PLC. There are also hacks that can happen through RF remote controllers. And so most industrial machines have that issue. They're operated via remote controllers that use various logistics. They're used for logistics, used for mining, used for automation, construction, etc. And if you don't have good security on these devices, then the device can fall prey to a replay attack. So what will happen in this case, if we look over here, there's an operator that's running a device. This is at TX. That stands for transmit. So they transmit commands. The attacker is listening in, capturing that data, storing it, and then later on the attacker can use the same commands that they recorded in a replay attack, replaying that information back at the machines that are RX. That's receiving. TX, transmit, RX, receive. So that's a common type of attack. And we also have another one called a command injection, where we alter the radio frequency. So in this case, there's somebody that's working with a device. The operator here is sending commands where the attacker records that. Okay, I see what we're doing. Let's reverse engineer that, and then let's make our own commands using some of the same information in order to communicate, same communication protocols, and then send them to the target machine and give it your own commands. Make it run faster, make it run slower, make it do something different, or even just upload some malware. There's lots of ways that you can do that. They're also hacking industrial systems through using malicious RF controllers. And so in this case, we look at where we have a pairing that's supposed to happen between the operator device and another device, but the attacker captures that data and moves it to where the attacker is paired with the receiving device rather than the operator. And so now the attacker can do whatever they want because they're paired to that device. So they can repair, not repair, but repair a malicious device. One of the others that can happen with industrial systems and RF remote controls is that you can have a malicious programming attack where the attacker injects malware. But in this case, it is into the firmware. So it's not malware like a virus that runs on a Windows 10 system. This is into the firmware of a system, a remote controller. And what this does is it gives the attacker permanent access to every communication, transmit, receive in that entire industrial control system. So we see there's quite a lot of remote control attacks, SCADA-based attacks, programmable logic controller attacks, attacks to the human-machine interface, HMI, and many others. Now, you may be asking yourself, how can I do that? If you want to test your OT network, there are several different tools that you can use. One of them is the ICS Exploitation Framework, or ISF. It's a framework based on Python, and it's really like Metasploit. If you look at it here, we're just running the help screen on it, and you see the version. But you can go into the ISF and run attacks against OT devices. And one of the best ways to do this is to set up your own little mini OT network and then attack it. We also have the SCADA shutdown tool. We have Gress-Marlin. We have Modbus CLI. We have PLC inject. But probably the monarch of attacking all networks, including IoT and OT, industrial and office, and whatever you want, is Metasploit, because it's an entire environment allowing you to use multiple modules to attack from many different perspectives. So lots of really cool tools that you have available to you to attack an OT network. So you have an OT network and you've been tasked with protecting it. What are some countermeasures that you can take to stop OT attacks. Well, here are some of them. Number one, use purpose-built sensors to discover vulnerabilities in the networks. In other words, you need to have you and your engineering team, based upon the type of network that you have, create your own sensors to ferret out the data and the data patterns that might indicate compromise on that OT network. So you have to work with your engineering team on that one. Number two, update systems to the latest technologies. So in other words, you may have to scrap systems and replace them with ones that are less dangerous, less open to attack. If you have systems that are not legacy, old school systems that can be easily attacked, then make sure they're regularly patched and regularly updated. Number three, implement secure configuration and secure coding practices. So when you're creating the software, when your team is creating the firmware, make sure that you have a process for creating code that is not vulnerable to common attacks. Number four, maintain an asset register for tracking and scrutinizing outdated systems. So what you're going to do is monitor every one of these old school systems to make sure that they are not going to be providing problems, and that you know where they are, what they are, and you have them on the list for replacement. Number five, use strong passwords. Not just strong passwords, but use long pass phrases. Get rid of those defaults. What's a default? Get rid of those defaults, and also get rid of factory set passwords of any type, and make sure that you secure using strong pass phrases. Number six, secure remote access through multiple layers of defense. Ubiquitous encryption. We want to encrypt the stored data. We want to encrypt the data that's in flight. If you have the capacity to use VPNs for all data that's exiting and ingressing your systems, then make sure and do that. Number seven, disable unused services. So if there's any OT system that has multiple services running and one or two of them are not needed, shut them down. You don't need them. Number eight, use only tested and familiar third-party web servers for servicing ICS web applications. Don't just go to random services for servicing your web applications. Make sure you're using tested and true applications for those. Here's some tools for you. Number one is Flowmon. We mentioned this a little bit earlier. What you want to do is find the reliability of your industrial networks. Try to avoid downtime. Tenable.ot, Forescout, PA220R. Fortinet has a very good SCADA ICS solution. And Nozomi Networks Guardian. And there are others. There are cloud resources, and there are standalone resources that you can use to protect your OT networks. So overall, what we see is that there is a growing number of IoT devices, and conversely, there is a old legacy of devices in the OT network, plus growing numbers of newer devices in the OT network. Oh, wow. The blending of these provides you with ample opportunities for defending this network. So we talked about some of the many ways where we could go into each of these types of networks and work on network defense. So this module showed us some of the tools that can be used for both IoT and OT to accomplish that network defense. And so in the next module, we'll get into some cloud computing threats and countermeasures. And that brings us to the end of this module on OT and IoT. We're going to start with the first section, understanding cloud computing concepts. Now, for cloud computing, it gives us so many capabilities. On-demand services, distributed storage, rapid elasticity, automated management, broad network access, resource pooling, measured services, and virtualization. What does all that mean? Well, for instance, for on-demand service, let's say that I need to have a computer with 64 gigs of RAM and 16 processors and several other requirements. I put a check in a few boxes and there I have it, on demand, no prob. Whereas before, if I needed that type of computer, I'd have to get my requirements and then go online or make a phone call to Dell or HP or some other type of server vendor and then wait several weeks for it to be constructed and delivered. So this is on demand. It's distributed irrespective of where you are in the world. There are different zones that make it possible. There's rapid elasticity. If I have an app, for instance, where I sell a huge amount of services, but mainly during the Christmas season, right? From around Black Friday all the way through January 1st. And then after that, my sales don't really go very far, right? So mainly I'm selling stuff during that season. If that's the case, then I'm going to need more capabilities during that season. And so with the cloud, I can rapidly expand to more services, more servers, more workload, whatever it is that's required for my services. And then after January 1st, I can spin that down and go back to a smaller footprint, pay less money on a per month basis. So I can use rapid elasticity and I can automate a lot of the tasks in the cloud. There are so many resources to help with that automated cloud resource idea. Also, I have resources that can be pulled and from many different locations. I can stripe my resources across data centers. The service can be measured and managed. And it's all really built on and makes use of and makes available virtualization. So the cloud is pretty amazing. And it really isn't just Dropbox or Gmail or some other type of use like that, but it is truly the myriad of services that are provided to us by providers like Google Cloud, AWS, and Azure. So these are literally hundreds of services that you can find in these locations. So some of the many services you can find is infrastructure as a service. So let's say I need that 64 gigabyte RAM, 16 processor computer. Well, I just go to EC2 or go to Rackspace or go to Azure and I can pull the entire computer together, or I just might need some infrastructure like storage. I can go to OneDrive or you get an S3 bucket on AWS or whatever, right? These are infrastructure level things. These are things that would have required hardware before the cloud. So think of it like that for infrastructure as a service. For platform as a service, I have a developer. The developer needs IIS as their web server or Apache as their web server, or I need to spin up Salesforce for my team or whatever. It's a platform. It's ready for me to develop, for me to write code on top of that platform. And that is PaaS, or platform as a service. Well, what about software as a service? Have you ever used Google Docs or Calendar or Salesforce CRM or FreshBooks or any type of web-based application? Gmail, Outlook, Hotmail, and literally tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of other software that you can get as a service. But wait, there's more. There's identity as a service. Let's say that your team puts together an application, and in the application review, it is found that your app is hackable, because all someone has to do is export the hashes of your stored password information. And so your team says, you know what? We need robust, modern identity services that we can use on this application. Now, if we were developing this app on premises and we had a physical server running Apache and we developed the web app on Apache, and I also had this system running with Microsoft, with a Microsoft network running Active Directory, I could integrate Active Directory with those Linux systems and then leverage the Active Directory integration into the Apache services in order to provide identity services. But in this case, I have a single sign-on, multi-factor authentication with one login, Okta, Azure Active Directory, Centrify identity services. I just plug it into my app. There's an API for that. But then I also have a container as a service. So I need a container. I just get it. I mean, go to Amazon AWS EC2, or if I need to manage and orchestrate my container, to go to Google. There it is. I found the word. Google Kubernetes, or that Google Kubernetes engine, which is the GKE, and I have a container. If I need security as a service, so I need pen testing, authentication. Let's say I need to have IDS or an IPS, intrusion detection or prevention system. It's in the cloud, in Switch Fast Technologies, or in One Neck IT Solutions, or McAfee Managed Security Services. I plug it in to my environment, plug it into my app, and I have security as a service. Also, there is, like, for instance, Azure and other SIMs, and that interface also with on-premise security. So very cool stuff. Function as a service. This is otherwise called serverless computing. Let's talk about how that works. So let's say that I've written an app. It's 2 million lines of code, and a big chunk of that is dedicated to calculating a certain function that calculates a whole bunch of stuff and then outputs some type of stuff, right? We're using the word stuff there in two areas, but I don't know what it does. But all I know is every time we get input into that function in the program, the CPU levels spike and the memory goes up, and it takes our computing system a long time to process that information, and then it spits it into the rest of the program, and other modules take that result and use it for other purposes. Well, what if I don't want to take all of that computing time to compute that chunk of data in that function? Well, I take that function and I move it to the cloud, and I move it to AWS Lambda, Google Cloud Functions, Azure Functions, or Oracle Cloud Functions, and just have those massively cool computers do the calculation themselves. And therefore, now I have my app, my program, with all of its code, and it gets to where it needs to make a call to that super calculating function. Instead, it goes and calls that function in Lambda or in Azure Functions. And then a spike in computing power comes back without taxing my computer at all. And then the answer, it could take a lot less time. And so that is a function as a service. So there are many other services. If you can imagine a service that can be provided by on-premise data center computing, you can get it in the cloud. One area that's extremely important to work out, understand, and be ready to work with is the fact that responsibilities are different in the cloud and with the cloud and with your cloud provider than they are on premises. On premises, on my own data center, my own apps, my own platform, I am responsible for everything. But in the cloud, I split that responsibility between me, the subscriber, and the service provider. And here is the reason why this is important. Let's say that I'm running platform as a service, and I tell my cloud provider, look, I have a problem with the data. What did you guys do with it? Why is it so messed up? Or whatever the problem is. And they tell me, I'm responsible for the runtime, you're responsible for the data, and we go back and forth, and I want to sue them and everything because I did not understand the separation of responsibilities. So when you have a major engagement with a cloud service provider, make sure you read your contract and make sure you understand that with each level of service, and in some cases with each provider, there's a different level of responsibility, and make sure you understand that at the service level agreement and the contractual level. There are also different cloud deployment models. One of them is the public cloud. And when we're talking about Azure and AWS and services that are open for anybody to use, if you pay a small phenomenal fee, unless you're using AWS free tier, and same thing in Azure, you have all these users that are working through the cloud provider. Down here we have users that access the cloud within the security perimeter, and if you want, you can get extra security, optionally subscriber controlled security, etc. So we have this border controller giving you access to the cloud provider. It's a public cloud open for anybody to use. The other type of cloud is a private cloud. And so let's imagine this. Let's imagine that you have a corporation. This corporation writes an app. This app needs to be used by everybody in the entire organization. This organization has 5 different locations across the country. Each of the locations has more than 1,000 employees. And when the dev team has written the app in the past, and there's a new version of the app, what they do is they use automated tools to uninstall the old version and reinstall the new version on every workstation and desktop. And in doing so, periodically there'll be 1 or 2 workstations or desktops that don't respond to the call to do the uninstall and the reinstall. So in the 5 different locations, you'll have IT staff that have to go to the desktops that were missed somehow and do a manual restall or a restart of the desktop. And eventually, perhaps after several days of working on the app update, every one of your desktops is updated for this app for your employees to use. Now, in the process of doing so, we made use of scores of IT personnel. We had people who couldn't use the app because of an incomplete install or lack of install. And we took a whole lot of the resources and time of the organization that, if we were to measure it, could be in the tens of thousands of dollars. So let's say instead of spending tens of thousands of dollars on the quarterly updates of that app, we spend some time and money putting together a cloud computing infrastructure. What does that mean? That means that at each of these locations, we have a automation and virtualization set up so that our applications can be delivered through web services to the desktops. And so that anytime I have an update to the app, all you have to do is refresh the browser and you have an update to the app. And so we put together our own private cloud for the delivery of services like that application. Each location synchronizes with the other through the wide area networking links, and the application gets updated whenever I need. And I no longer am spending tens or hundreds of thousands of dollars just because I need to do common and often updates. And instead, it's all maintained centrally, and it frees my IT teams all over the organization to do more important tasks. So private cloud can be very helpful, but there is a large initial expense and then ongoing expense for maintenance in getting this up and running. But I've worked with private clouds. They're actually very interesting, and they really help to provide that organization at the dev level with a lot of flexibility. We also have community clouds. With community clouds, we might have some types of people. Let's say that there is a meeting of the National Woodworkers Association. And with the National Woodworkers Association, you have independent woodworkers, unionized woodworkers, woodworkers in small shops, large shops, and industrial woodworkers that all use similar applications, similar resources, but they're doing it in hundreds of different ways that it overall is costing the woodworking community a lot of wasted time and effort. And so they decide, hey, let's go ahead and go together on putting together our own cloud. And so they make a community cloud. And it's only for those organizations that subscribe to it and that are in the same business. And you'll have applications that are made specifically for that those services, whether it be having to do with other concerns like jurisdiction or compliance or security, or whether it's just really having to do with the type of work that the organization does. So they can work together, collaborate, and get their own cloud. Now, sometimes we have these combined. Like for instance, you may have your own private cloud. And let's say the private cloud is just for the delivery of a couple of apps that your organization has, and you want to cut down on the overall costs of maintaining that app. But you also have assets in public cloud, and maybe you have other types put together. And if you're using a combination of any of these, then it is a hybrid cloud. There's also the idea of multi-cloud, where you heterogeneously combine workloads across multiple vendors. So I have a lot of work going on in Azure, plus some more work going on in Google and Amazon and other locations. And you have to pull that together and manage it. It can be a daunting task when you're doing heterogeneous multi-cloud. Another idea to take a look at, and that would be the idea of the NIST Cloud Deployment Reference Architecture. This is good to take a look at because it helps to define some of the basic terminology of cloud computing, including who is the cloud consumer. That would be somebody like you or me, somebody who works for a company, the company itself, the organization that is actually making use of the computing services. Who is the cloud provider that gives us the SaaS and PaaS and IaaS and everything AAS? That would be the provider. They're the organization that allows consumers to have access to all these resources and services. Who's the cloud carrier? Well, there could be an intermediary that helps with providing connectivity to all these cloud resources. What about the cloud auditor? The cloud auditor is going to take a look at everything that's going on, making an independent assessment of all of the cloud service controls. Remember, we talked about a control. It's any physical or logical construct that mediates an entity's access to resources. That's the Kevin King definition of a control. So we have, whenever you think of Control, Alt, Delete. Logging in, right? That is something that keeps me from accessing my resources until I get past that Control, Alt, Delete. That's what I always think of with security control. And then we have a cloud broker who's going to manage the cloud services, help aggregate them, help us with maintaining those relationships, that arbitrage between all of these other factors. Now, you can go to the NIST, and it has a little bit more information on this. All right, so what is the cloud storage architecture? With the cloud storage architecture, we have several things going on. Now, often when somebody thinks of cloud storage, we think of something like Dropbox or Box, I think is another one. These are places where you can get multiple terabytes of storage and create folder hierarchies and store items in that hierarchy. But with the cloud storage architecture, it is a lot more complicated than that. For instance, if I write an app and I need access to storage for an application, that's one way to do it. If I'm collecting video or audio information through that app and I need to separate that storage into different stores, that's another one. If I create a virtual machine and I need to attach storage as a D drive or an E drive or a C drive, that's another application for storage. So in the end, what we end up having to do to make storage work is to provide, first of all, high-level APIs. These are application programming interfaces that our dev team, our programmers, can use. And they can make use then of the middleware, all the virtual computer servers. These are virtual servers that access cloud storage objects, make use of storage pools. But all of that is the middleware, because at the back end, this is where the actual hardware is, the storage area networks, the petabytes of storage that the cloud provider has at multiple locations around the planet. There are even cloud storage locations and cloud server locations under the ocean and in orbit. And it's only going to be more so that way as time goes on. It's crazy the amount of locations that we have cloud architecture. But anyway, that's the storage architecture. And we are also going to take a quick look at some of the providers. And you might want to open up a tab and check these out. And also, I would recommend that, especially with AWS and Azure, that you create an account. AWS has a free tier. Make sure that you watch a YouTube video or go to an internet resource that talks about how to make use of free services in Azure and AWS, because you don't want to end up getting charged if you're just learning how to use it. So I would recommend making an account in Azure and AWS. Only make sure you monitor and carefully make sure you stay out of services that will cost you any money. There's the Google Cloud. IBM makes a great cloud. In terms of signing up for services, one of the services that I would recommend that you do for IBM is their quantum computing services. They'll teach you quantum computing. You can make an account and step-by-step submit workloads to a quantum computer, which is actually pretty cool. So each of these providers, and there are many other providers that do a lot of services that are either very inexpensive or free, that you can learn to use so that you can be really good with the cloud. Okay, so let's now have a discussion about container technology. Containers have taken application delivery by storm, because what you can do with a container is you can take the application itself without an operating system, provide that application with only the dependencies that are needed, and get that application delivered. If you've ever gone to Outlook.com and used your MSN account, your Hotmail account, or your Outlook account, or you've gone to Gmail and used your Gmail account, or many of the most popular web apps, Facebook and other social media, are delivered through containers. And so what we have here is we have a developer that can put together and accredit the images for a container. And then what happens is we have a whole section where we, under the container technology architecture, we can store it. There's a registry, both internally and externally, depending on how the container and when the container is going to be used. And then we have an orchestrator. Whenever you think of orchestrator, I think we've talked about this before, but just in case we haven't, think of an orchestra. In an orchestra, we have heterogeneous sounds. We have bassoons and violins and percussion. These are all very different. But we have a director that brings them all together, and sheets of music that really help with that too. But we take all of these different instruments and make them sound as one. And that's what an orchestrator does. I have all of these heterogeneous structures, in this case, in my container world, that all require different resources, need to go to different places, need update processes at different times. And I need something to help automate all those processes for my containers. And that is what the orchestrator does. So we have admins that work with registry and with the orchestration. And Kubernetes is one of the big orchestrators that we see working with containers. And then in the end, we deliver those containers. And those containers, what it looks like when you're using an application that is really a container image, it just looks like an application that's running in your browser. That's it. Very easy for the user to access and use. So what we see is an evolution. The evolution started out in crowded data centers with data center managers purchasing servers that had lots of memory and lots of storage and lots of CPU capacity, but hardly any of that capacity was being used because it was running as a DHCP server or a DNS server, or maybe there was one app running on it and maybe 3 to 4% of the capacity of that server was used. You stripe that across a large data center and you have a huge amount of capacity that is not being used. So enter hypervisors, virtualization, where I could take that server that only 3% of it was in use, and I can run 4, 5, 6 virtual servers, virtual hosts, virtual guests, on that host. And now I'm using 70, 80% of that system. And what that ended up doing was shrinking data centers by around 90%. It's crazy how much data centers receded and the amount of real estate that they took up, which really lowered prices and made things more flexible because I could deliver services like we were talking about before. Infrastructure as a service came out of that. But now, if you imagine this, I have a virtual machine that we see right over here on the left. Right on the left here, we have a virtual machine. And as we see, we have an entire operating system. It could be Windows Server 2022, or it could be a Windows host of some other type, or Ubuntu, or even a Unix, or something else. And let's say that it's dedicated to a specific app. Now, what happens is there are so many services available on this operating system with multiple types of binaries and libraries available for a variety of potential applications. But in essence, we're only running 1 or 2 or 3 major applications. And so we're wasting 70% of the capability of this OS by only running 1 or 2 applications on it. So what we do now is we take these apps, and instead of running them on an entire operating system, we ask ourselves this question: what does the application need? Let's go back over to the virtual machines. We asked ourselves a question before, which was, what does the virtual operating system need? So if I'm running Windows Server 2019, what does it need? It needs, from the hypervisor, memory, like RAM, random access memory. It needs disk. It needs some type of boot infrastructure. It needs, so I said RAM, storage. It needs storage. It needs a way to transport in and out of that virtual machine. Like, for instance, might need a network, a card, or something like that. So all of this infrastructure hardware is virtualized through the hypervisor and made and given access to this guest OS. Whereas in containers, all we're going to do is find the app. The app needs specific binaries and libraries. So it doesn't need the rest of the operating system. So we just give it the binaries and libraries that are needed from the container engine. And bada boom, you have a container that's working. The most famous open source technology that's being used for developing, packaging, and running applications is Docker. Docker has a lot of different architecture that we don't have a lot of time to go through, but suffice to say, the main 3 areas of Docker that we have are the registry. We have the Docker host that actually runs the most important part of Docker, which is the Docker daemon, which is the service that runs in the background, making sure that everything works, especially containers and images. And then on the client, we have Docker builds, pulls, and runs. And all this put together allows us to provide platform as a service in terms of the images that we provide for the containers. So the Docker engine helps manage containers, helps manage networks, helps manage data volumes, helps manage images, all because of the API that works with the Docker daemon and allows the Docker client and many other components to interoperate to provide containers. So microservices or Docker, what are we talking about? So if we have an application, it's monolithic, right? And it's broken into cloud-hosted and sub-applications. What do we mean by that? So here's a monolithic application. Here we have two apps. There's a business logic and a database layer. So this is often called an N-tier application. So when this application requires a component, let's say one of the business logic components, then there's a call from the app to that component. And if that business logic component needs to access the database layer, then there's a call made from that business logic component to the database layer. Let me give an example. A banking app, and you're transferring $1,000 from savings to checking. And so from the app, you fill in the form, and then you hit the transfer button. Then there's business logic that will check to see if those numbers, if you have $1,000 in your savings account or not, if you have an actual checking account that's valid or not. That business logic will check that. And so then pass that back up to the app, and then the app will create a page that'll say, congratulations, you've transferred the money. So that's a monolithic application. We see a lot of applications that work like that. So a microservices application will have a user interface. And anytime you need a service, like you need a service that will calculate how much money you have in your checking account, well, we get that service called on the fly. We have a service that does something else, it's called on the fly. So these microservices are packaged into the Docker container along with the libraries, the frameworks, the files, and we put that together into a single application. And irrespective of platform, it can be run. So it's actually pretty cool stuff, the microservices architecture. So with Docker, we also have the idea of Docker networking. If we look at the architecture that we see here, we have the underlying network infrastructure, and then we have network drivers, and we have the IPAM driver, all of that. The Docker engine has access to, and then it's going to make those services available to sandbox containers using endpoints. And so we have these containers. This is called the container network model, providing the applications portability, really, because you can put these anywhere, irrespective of where it is. It could be Wi-Fi, it could be in one environment or another, other types of infrastructures, heterogeneously providing access to these containers. So like I was mentioning earlier, orchestration is a big feature. What are some of the items that we need to automate, to orchestrate, to manage? Scaling, provisioning, deployment, configuration, availability, security, health monitoring, load balancing, a resource allocation. So imagine you have many different types of containers, many different images across heterogeneous environments in many locations, but on each of those, there is a configuration change that you need to make. Well, you can use Docker Swarm, OpenShift, or especially Kubernetes to enact that, schedule it, distribute it, make it happen for those individual containers, for those microservices-based applications across multiple clusters and multiple locations in heterogeneous environments. Let's say that you needed to do some provisioning or deprovisioning. So for instance, let's say that because of certain network issues, you needed to deprovision containers from one geographical location and provision containers in another for some purpose. And you needed to automate that. Well, there we have Docker, Swarm, OpenShift, Kubernetes for that. So we can do health monitoring, we can make changes, moves, do scaling, and so on, all across multiple locations, heterogeneous environments. And one of the biggest tools for orchestration, and probably the most used one, would be Kubernetes. Sometimes it's called a K8. Also, it is open source. It's portable. It's extensible. When it says extensible, that means we can take the open source specification and change it to make it fit the environment, the circumstances that I need. It's an orchestration platform made by Google. And so we can do all of the bin packing, moving, all in the many other types of tasks that we saw, scaling and so on, that we saw on the previous slide. You can do all of that with Kubernetes. It does service discovery for your containers. It helps with load balancing. On the storage side of things, it does orchestration. Do you need to do a rollout? Do you need to do a rollback? Oh yeah, Kubernetes can help with that. It's great, self-healing, and it helps with secrets management. What is a secret? A secret is like a hash, a key, a token that provides you access into a resource, but that needs to be kept, well, secret. And so that Kubernetes can help manage that, and even configuration management among all of your workloads dealing with containers. And so Kubernetes actually has a little cluster architecture that circles around the Kube API server. The Kube API server works with the Cloud Controller and Kube Controller managers and really makes a lot use of etcd. And depending on the workloads and so on, we have Kube Scheduler. And so all of this is going to be represented in the environments where you're running Kubernetes as kubelets. We have kubelets, and the kubelets interact with Kubernetes nodes through kube proxies. It's kube everything for Kubernetes. And so what is the difference between Kubernetes and Docker? So let's just look at these 5 points here. Number one, Docker is open source, just like Kubernetes, but it's software that can be installed on any host to do what? Build and deploy and run containerized applications on a single operating system. So multiple containerized applications, single operating system. When Docker is actually installed on multiple hosts, so these are multiple physical devices with different operating systems. So I have Docker installed on Linux over here. I have Docker installed on Windows over there. You can use Kubernetes to manage between these hosts, which is very nice because the modern data center has all kinds of operating systems. So Kubernetes is for orchestration. It does automation, automating the process of creating and managing and updating, scaling and destroying containers. It does all of that. We can automate it. We can write conditional types of methods for it to run depending on what's going on. It's actually amazing what you can do with Kubernetes. It can be coupled with any containerization technology, like for instance, if you're running RKT or runC, Docker or Cryo, and there are others that Kubernetes will work with. And both Docker and Kubernetes are based on the microservices architecture and built using the Go programming language. And that way we have small, lightweight binaries. We have YAML files. By the way, whenever you see YA in front of an acronym, it usually means yet another. So yet another markup language, right, for applying specifications and configurations and stacks. So Docker and Kubernetes, a basic understanding, a basic application of the use of Docker is not too difficult. Same with Kubernetes, but at the administration level, there's a lot to learn. So Docker and Kubernetes, containerization for Docker, orchestration for Kubernetes. Now, when you're dealing with containers, you have a lot of challenges with that. Number one is the inflow of vulnerable source code. In an enterprise architecture, it's possible to have code coming in from multiple developers, multiple resources, not knowing which ones have vulnerabilities. Also, because of the sheer number of containers, the sheer number of hosts, you end up in the different heterogeneous applications and so on that you have applied, you have a larger attack surface that needs to be protected, defended. And because these containers reside on top of the Docker engine and they're being managed with Kubernetes, and we have these many different layers, there can be a lack of visibility of what's actually going on in the background. Are we making sure to keep track of all of the possible logs and vulnerabilities, etc., for every layer? Also compromising secrets. I was talking to you about what secrets were, but there may be one of these layers that doesn't have much visibility where there are compromised secrets. And the enterprise Docker establishment is just running and churning along when an attacker takes the time to check for vulnerabilities, and in a nook, a little corner of the enterprise Docker and Kubernetes architecture are some of that architecture that nobody's been looking at. The attacker finds it and uses the vulnerabilities that they discover against the organization. Over here, DevOps speed. Have you ever met a good developer, a good computer programmer that wasn't busy? I tell you what, they are busy. There are so many projects. There are stacks of projects. Sometimes they're working on simultaneous projects. And over here, you're sorting through all of the layers of your containerized architecture, and you find that there is potential buffer overflow issues on some code, and you submit that ticket to the dev team, but they are so far behind in every project. How quickly are they going to get that patch out? And if they don't get it out quickly enough, who's going to win? Is it going to be the attackers that find that vulnerability? Or is it going to be the dev team that patches it before the attackers get to it? Tell you what, sometimes because of the speed or lack thereof of DevOps, we lose, right? The attackers get there first. The next is noisy neighbor containers. They're always listening to that weird music and banging on the walls. Okay, that's your noisy apartment neighbor. A container neighbor that's noisy doesn't stay in the container. It has the ability, because of issues with the container, and there are lots of reasons why this can happen, and that neighbor can reach out to, especially through attacks, attackers attack it and take advantage of vulnerabilities and get into other containers, right? It's noisy. So that breakout not only to other containers, but they can break out into the host computer system or attack containers through the network architecture. Or these containers are supposed to be sandboxed. They're supposed to be isolated, and bypassing that isolation, again, can cause breakouts. And we hit the nail on the head. We sum it all up with this. In enterprise, containerized, Kubernetes, orchestrated architectures that go from on-premise to multiple clouds, I tell you what, the ecosystem, that's the system of everything working together, can have a lot of complexity. And if you don't have people in your organization that can map and understand that complexity and make sure that every part of that complex, the multi-layered system is protected, then you can get in trouble. So yes, there are some challenges for container security. The next thing we want to look at is some container platforms, some container management platforms. And the first one we've already looked at is Docker, and it has its own management. Docker by itself can containerize applications, secure them, deploy them across multiple cloud environments, and you'll find Docker in most major clouds. There's also ECS, which is Amazon Elastic Container Services. So you get containers from Amazon. We have Azure Container Instances. We have Red Hat OpenShift Container Platform. We have Portainer. We have HP Ezreal, a container platform from HPE. So all kinds of potential container management platforms. And then for Kubernetes, we have Kubernetes itself right there. You can see some of the user interface for an open source container orchestration engine, automates deployment, scaling, etc. But we also have Amazon, Elastic Kubernetes Services, Docker Kubernetes Services, Knative, IBM Cloud Kubernetes Service, Google Cloud Kubernetes Engine. So yeah, irrespective of where you are and what cloud, you can run Kubernetes. All right, now we're going to discuss cloud computing threats. And I'll tell you what, with cloud, everything from the cloud services to the interface, to the storage of data, to the transmission of data, there are quite a lot of risks to think about, vulnerabilities to think about with the cloud. Number one is accountability and data ownership. Who owns the data? Who owns it? So you're using a public cloud. You're hosting your own business services. Whose data is it? So that's number one we want to talk about is a risk with data ownership. User identity federation. So what is user identity federation? Well, the federation is, of course, the Federation of Planets from Star Trek. No, actually not at all. That's what I always think of when I see that term. But what that actually means is I have a single identity. So let's say I log in as Kevin King, and my password is password. Oh man, I should change it eventually, but let's say it's password. And I'm logging in at my local workstation, but using identity federation that allows me access to services around the internet and around my organization without having to change my login. Another way to look at identity federation is when you are going to a new website, you download the website, and it says log in with your Google account, log in with your Facebook account. That is making use of identity federation in the background. We have a single sign-in, SSO, a login, and that is able to be used across multiple locations, infrastructures, and architectures. So if you have multiple user identities for different cloud providers, it's so complex to do so. And so what ends up happening is in order to manage those multiple user identities, we have identity federation. And that really helps to manage it better. Now, if you look at the cloud providers, they do a very good job if you take advantage of it in helping with identity federation and decomplexifying all the different identities that you might end up needing in a cloud. We also have regulatory compliance. This is a big issue. If you are running a credit card services, or if you are running, working with a hospital or a clinic or something like that, or if you are an organization that is publicly traded and many other things, you need to take the regulatory compliance that you're doing with your on-premise systems and use those in the cloud. And what if the cloud doesn't give you the transparency you need for the different regulations across different countries that you need? The next is business continuity and resiliency. And so if your business has a major risk and that risk gets realized, you can face major monetary loss, especially if the cloud provider handles the entire thing improperly. And so you need to take your business continuity and resiliency plans and work with the cloud provider to make sure that they are going to be able to implement them as your organization requires. The next one is user privacy and secondary usage of data. So a lot of times there are default share features in social media websites. And in that case, you're on the cloud and you post something and maybe you only want certain people to see it, or you don't realize that everyone's going to see it. And boom, you have shared TMI, too much information. Yet another one is service and data integration. So we have unsecured data in transit. So maybe somebody's logging into a cloud resource using HTTP or some other type of unsecured protocol, and people can intercept it and use it for attack. There's also the fact that in your cloud provider, you're not the only one using that cloud service. There are other tenants. And so if there's poor logical segregation between the tenants, there can be one interfering with the other. Not very good. And then we have number 8, which is incident analysis and forensic support. So let's say that there has been a major intrusion into my network. And my forensics team has a method that they go through to track and understand exactly what happened, get the IOCs of that attack and preserve the evidence using the forensic process. But what we've actually recently started using cloud services. But the storage now is distributed across the cloud. And when I go to do my normal RAM dump or use tools in the cloud that I normally use on premise, I can't get the same level of fidelity, the same breadth of information, because the cloud service provider does not work with my forensic analysis process. And so there could be problems with forensic recovery with your CSP, cloud service provider. We also have infrastructure security. What if your CSP misconfigures a section of the cloud? Sort of an example of that is this happened in around 2016 for a cloud service provider in the Northeast. And there was one of their top tier engineers who works for the provider. And he was running a script. The purpose of this script was to reboot servers for a customer. And he ran the script and it rebooted all of the servers for the entire cloud provider. Can you imagine that? If you are running critical applications in the cloud and all of a sudden your servers reboot, that's insane. It can lead to lawsuits. It can lead to huge losses in terms of money for all of the customers of that cloud service provider. So what ended up happening with, you wonder, okay, I bet you that dude was fired so quickly. But they didn't. They actually didn't fire him. What they did is they asked themselves this question. What kind of company are we that one engineer, any manager, any administrator from one location can run one script and reboot every server? What kind of company are we that can even happen? And so what they did is they used that as a point to review all of their operational procedures, their security, etc. And they kept the engineer. Probably a good engineer, just made a mistake. And I'm glad they kept him because he would have some trouble getting his next job. So either way, misconfiguration at the service provider can be an issue. Also, non-production environment exposure. So there can be the non-production environment is your test environment. And the test environment might be exposed, allowing unauthorized access through that environment, information disclosure, etc. That non-production environment needs to be kept away from exposure to the rest of the world. So there are threats to the cloud because of all these issues that we have in the cloud. There are a huge number of threats. We'll just look at these and stop at a couple of them and talk about them, a few of them. Data loss or breach. This is that you can lose your data because of the way the cloud interface and the cloud resources are configured. Abuse and nefarious use of cloud services. You have an administrator that is using your cloud resources to mine cryptocurrency. Something like that. It's an abuse, right? Or selling storage to someone else and creating accounts for outside users on your cloud. I mean, that's possible. It's an abuse. Insecure interfaces and APIs. You test the API, you find that it allows people to hack into the service. Insufficient due diligence. Your CSP hasn't gone through and checked everything they should, and maybe your organization hasn't. Shared technology issues, because like we said, you're sharing this with some cases millions, and other cases billions of others at the same time. And if you're all sharing the same technology, there could be a problem, and you're all potentially affected. And then unknown risk. You don't know every technology that your provider is using. There could be risks that you cannot foresee in cloud computing. Unsynchronized system clocks. So you're running in the cloud, you're using something like Azure Active Directory, and you have on-premise computer systems, and none of them will log into Active Directory because your cloud clocks are different than your on-premise clocks. Inadequate planning and design, conflicts between client hardening procedures in your cloud environment. You try to run the same procedures in the cloud, and there are things missing. A loss of operational security logs. Perhaps they truncate logs automatically after a certain amount, and you can't get them after that, and so therefore you lose visibility to part of those logs. Malicious insiders. That is the same potentially as abuse and nefarious use of cloud services. So somebody on the inside of your organization is doing something they shouldn't be doing with cloud services, or illegal access to cloud systems. The malicious insider, the one who is abusing the services, creates accounts, login accounts for her friends. And so she gives those out, and they log in, and they use those to store their videos and movies and Amazon S3 buckets or whatever. It's not, they shouldn't be doing that. Or maybe they're hacker friends, and they're using the cloud to store items that are illegal, photos that are illegal, things like that. There are many different ways that the cloud can be used. Some of it's illegal. Loss of business reputation due to co-tenant activities. You're on a cloud service provider that provides, that has been the major provider for the crime boss of the Northern Hemisphere. And once it found out that most cloud services are used by the crime boss of the Northern Hemisphere, and you're also using the same cloud provider, maybe the new services will arrive at your door. Hey, XYZ Corp, do you realize that you are on the same cloud as the crime boss of the Northern Hemisphere, right? You can get a bad rep because of someone else who's using the same service. There can be privileged escalation, natural disasters. There are always hurricanes hitting in the Gulf, hitting Florida. There are earthquakes in California. There are faults up in Washington, and there are volcanoes all over the planet. And if there is a cloud service provider that happens to fall prey to one of these natural disasters, hey, where's your data? I hope it was on one of the other data centers. Hardware failure in the cloud, supply chain failure in the cloud, traffic, because you're not sure how that traffic is being monitored and managed in the cloud, and so it could be perhaps modified. Isolation failure, someone breaks through your cloud services or their services and breaks into your services. Isolation failure. What if you're using XYZ cloud provider and that cloud provider gets bought by PDQ cloud provider? What happens then? It's been acquired, and the answer is who knows? There can be management interface compromise for the software that you manage the cloud. There can be network management failure either at the CSP or even in your organization. There can be authentication attacks because maybe when your organization set up the authentication, they used the lowest possible denominator, and now it's being attacked. There could be VM level attacks where either from within the CSP or from within your organization, VMs are being attacked. There can be lock-in. Lock-in. Lock-in is when you are using a CSP, a cloud service provider, and let's say that you have your entire organizational architecture, everything, all your servers, all your workstations, all your, let's say your services, like for instance, web services, your databases, your identity services, everything is in the cloud, and it's actually going pretty well. Your organization is able to run lean, and then something bad happens around you, and you need to cut the amount that you're paying out as an organization every month, and you have this cloud bill. And if you could just move your services from PDQ cloud provider to XYZ cloud provider, you might be able to save $1,000 a month, or maybe even a week or a day, depending on what it is, right? It could be a lot of money. But how do I move all of those complicated services that I currently have in that cloud provider to another cloud provider? It is, in some cases, almost impossible. I will say this, that as time goes on, there are more and more tools to help with this, but you could be locked in. There could be contractual lock-ins where you can't get out of the contract, or for other reasons, technological lock-ins. The opposite of lock-in is when you're kicked out and you can't get into the cloud, but that's a whole nother story. We have also licensing issues, loss of governance. Oh, by the way, this happened with Zoom. In early 2020, when everybody started using Zoom, some people realized that Zoom was moving a large amount of its data through Chinese servers. And so since there is no guarantee of anonymity if they're in Chinese servers, essentially you lose governance when that data goes into China. A lot of people figured that out. And so finally Zoom separated those networks and has Zoom for China and Zoom for the rest of the world. A loss of encryption keys is a possibility depending on the types of intrusions or circumstances in the cloud. Risks of change of jurisdiction. I have information in the cloud that originated in the United States but stored in Europe, and there's an investigation. That data, where's the jurisdiction for that, right? Malicious probes or scans from the cloud or from into the cloud provider, and I don't even have access to that. Theft of computer equipment. Somebody breaks into the cloud service provider, steals 17 servers, and guess what? My data is on those 17 servers. It might be backed up, but yet, and I can still access it, but someone has a copy of it. I mean, wow. What about the cloud service terminates or fails, and they terminate me, right? Kick me out of my cloud service. This is all under the auspices. I guess you can put when somebody is deplatformed in number 32 also. You could lose your cloud services. Subpoenas or e-discovery. There could be a subpoena that somehow now encompasses your data, your information in the cloud. Improper handling of data and disposal. So your cloud service provider says, all right, well, we're finished with that server. Let's go ahead and sell it on eBay. And it has your information on it because it was improperly disposed of. A loss or modification of your backup data. So when you go to restore it, it's either not there, or half of it's there, or it's been changed. That's not very good. We also have compliance risks. Perhaps you signed up with the cloud service provider without doing your research, and it turns out they can't handle your compliance issues. You could have economic denial of sustainability. And again, this goes back into the economics of the cloud. We've been talking about that for a while. The security architecture can be messed up. You can have accounts hijacked. So there are lots of threats, and those are 39. And every time I see this list, it grows. And so there's going to be more. So you have to be careful and methodical when planning what you're going to do in the cloud. So one of the cloud attacks that we need to talk about is a side channel attack. Whenever you hear the term side channel attack, that's when you're not directly attacking the service itself. You're going around that and attacking something else that'll give you access to that information. Or sometimes you can call it a cross-guest VM breach. And so what we do in this case is we have an attacker here, a user who's making use of virtual machines, and you have an attacker that has stolen the credentials of that user, impersonating that user because of stolen cryptographic keys or plain text secrets, stuff like that. So a type of side channel attack can happen when this attacker over here sets up their own VM. And so they're running a virtual machine on the same physical host that the user is. And because they're on the same processor or whatever, they can check that processor cache and use various techniques to steal information from that and use it against it. Because of these, because of co-residencies, you can have side channel attack vulnerabilities, a timing attack, data reeminence attack, acoustic cryptanalysis. This is kind of crazy here, where you set up something that listens to what the server is doing, what the acoustic vibrations of that server are, from the fans to the boards in the server, et cetera. There are power monitoring attacks where you look at when power is peaked. So like, for instance, if one of the VMs in that data center or in that particular host does a particular cryptographic calculation, it spikes power. You can look at differential fault analysis and analyze any faults, or even create faults and check out the differences between the responses from those faults. So there are lots of attacks that can happen between guests because they're on the same hardware, and you can analyze that, do some cryptanalysis, some other types of analysis, and eventually crack into another VM. Also, we have cloud wrapping. A cloud wrapping attack involves translating SOAP. Now, SOAP is an XML-like communication technology that's used between portions of applications. So in this case, we have a request that's being sent to a web server. It's in the cloud. And then SOAP has a message header and then has a body. And what happens, the attacker intercepts that SOAP message. And then they duplicate that original document, copy the header, modify the body of that, send it back, and then they're able to get various types of information from the application and do other types of attacks because of the wrapping attack. Another one is man in the cloud, very similar to man in the middle, man in the browser. In this case, it's man in the cloud. It's a type of man in the middle attack. And so what's going to happen is we're going to start with the attacker tricking their target into installing malicious code. How do you do that? Well, let's say you leave a flash drive in the parking lot. It's 256 gigs. It's brand new. It's in the package. It's never been opened. So they pick it up and they plug it into the computer. Or you get an email message that says, click here to win $1 million. Okay, click. Either way, now that the malicious code is on there, and it plants the attacker's synchronization token on that person's computer, on their disk drive. And so they steal that synchronization token, use that to gain access to their files in the cloud. But guess what? Later, they're going to restore the token with the original synchronized token and return it to the original state. So they can go in and out of that cloud using that stolen token and then restoring it. Very interesting stuff. Next, we have cloud hopper attacks. And so this is triggered at the managed service provider's location. So here we have the MSP. They're providing us with access to services. They control and work with users from many different locations. So we have organization A, organization B, organization C, D. There's organization E right there, and they're the victim. So what's going to happen is this attacker, and the way you can tell that this is an attacker is because of the hoodie. Well, maybe the sunglasses, but yeah, both of those really help. So what they're going to do is they're going to send a spear phishing email that has custom made. So with spear phishing, you're targeting specific individuals. So you know exactly how to make this malware. And so you compromise the staff at the cloud service provider, and you're able to use this to get confidential information and further compromise the cloud services. Another one is called cryptojacking, cloud cryptojacking. And this is where we unauthorizedly, made that word up just now, unauthorizedly use the victim's computer. What are we doing? We are doing crypto mining. So if I have enough computers that are mining Bitcoin or Dogecoin or Ethereum for me, it can be highly lucrative. And so what happens is the attacker can use many different vectors. Like for instance, there could be a misconfiguration in the cloud itself. There could be a misconfiguration in the way the cloud is implemented locally. There could be websites that are compromised. There can be client-side or server-side vulnerabilities. But either way, the cloud service is now embedded with a crypto mining script, and over time it begins mining and collecting those little pieces of cryptocurrency. The next type of attack is a cloud-borne attack. A cloud-borne attack is an attack that is actually at the bare metal. When we use the term bare metal, we're talking about the actual hardware of the host. What the attacker does is they attack firmware. So there's a backdoor that they inject, then they can exfiltrate customer data through that backdoor. And so they can bypass all the security mechanisms of that server and do almost whatever they want. And so when you think of cloud-borne attacks, that is the bare metal cloud server, the host firmware that's usually attacked to make that happen. Another type of attack can occur using a very interesting tool. This tool is called Lazy. Lazy3, Lazys3. You can call it Lazy3. The S3 is for S3 buckets. So that could be like an E or something like that. So what this is a Ruby tool. In fact, if you start the tool, you can see Ruby, Lazy Ruby HackerOne, and you get it started. So what does it do? It's there to brute force S3 buckets. Remember, we talked about S3 buckets. They are extremely versatile storage. It's an extremely versatile storage architecture for storing lots of information, files, folders, objects through web APIs. And so what they want to do with brute forcing this with Lazy's is they're going to find the bucket's location and name, and then identify vulnerabilities. Another cloud attack tool is Nimbostratus. Nimbostratus is like a cloud layer, right? That's these are both clouds in the atmosphere. What is the purpose of Nimbostratus? It's to fingerprint and exploit Amazon cloud architectures. Get that IAM, that identity role, extract credentials, metadata, usernames, location, information about businesses and details and so on like that. Nimbostratus does that. But there are other tools that can be used to attack the cloud, including S3 Scanner, CCCat, which is a cloud container attack tool, Paku and Dumpster Diver, and so many others. And this is just a partial list. All right, so now we're going to look at how you can better defend your cloud with countermeasures. Let's put up the countermeasures. So what are some of the countermeasures that we can use to defend the cloud? Number one is enforce data protection. So when we look at what does that mean? To me, I'm translating that as ubiquitous encryption and ubiquitous identity management. So we can protect data through identity management and encryption, making sure we're backing it up, making sure that we have good data retention and rotation mechanisms. Also, read your SLA. What's an SLA? An SLA is a service level agreement. And you need to know what that says for patching, vulnerability, remediation. You need to know what the SLA says for not just those, but for every part of your cloud service with that cloud service provider. Also, make sure that your cloud service provider is regularly undergoing an AAI, CPA, SAS 70 Type 2 audit. So just check with the documentation on that cloud service provider. Check that. Prohibit user credential sharing. So I give the same advice when I'm dealing with, like, for instance, Cisco infrastructure or network infrastructure. Same thing here. You don't want to have like one or two logins and share those things. No, we want to make sure applications, services, and users all have separate credentials. Also, strong authentication, authorization, and accounting. That's AAA. That's part of identity, like I was talking about before. Strong key generation, storage and management. And most cloud service providers have very strong recommendations for this. You may want to follow them. But there's more here. There's also making sure that the cloud undergoes regular security checks and updates. So just like you're going to do in your infrastructure network, you want to always be checking that cloud to make sure that it is ready for attacks. We also want to make sure that the cloud service provider has physical security 24/7, 365. And if you've ever looked at a cloud service provider, you can go to YouTube, for instance, or you can go to a regular Google or DuckDuckGo search and type in a cloud service provider, like, for instance, Amazon AWS physical security. Type that in, and either in YouTube or in a regular web search, you'll find that it's amazing. I mean, they are so physically secure. There's only like one way to get in, and you have to meet a security guard. And if you don't already have an appointment, you can't get in there if you don't have the appropriate physical credentials. And one place I went, not only did I have to give them have an appointment, and I had equipment that I regularly visited in this CSP, but I can't just walk up and go into the provider. And once I give them 2 forms of ID and get into it using a code, etc., in order to get into the physical area where the server surfaces are, there's like a bone geometry scan on your hand, and there are all kinds of cameras, and some places have almost like airport level security. There's a lot of security that you find at these cloud service providers. Look it up one of these days. You'll find it to be very interesting, I think. Also, we want to make sure that we, in terms of security standards for installation and configuration at the CSP and on-premise, we want to enforce those standards. We want to make sure that memory storage and network access is isolated. Again, check with your CSP. Find out what their methodology is for isolation. And better yet, get anecdotal reports from other people who make use of those services and find out if how many isolation failures have been reported for your CSP. Implement a baseline security breach notification process. This is going to be part of your incident handling and response. Analyze API dependency chain software modules, and making sure that you have secure APIs on premise, in the cloud, as a cloud service provider, is one of the most important tasks for any organization that deals with applications on a regular basis. There are many methods that you can use to test APIs, including fuzzing and other methods, to make sure they're secure. Right? So very important to do all of this to make sure that your cloud connections are going to be secure. Now, against specific types of attacks, like for instance, a side channel attack, you're going to need virtual firewalls in the cloud to stop one instance from being able to access another instance. We're going to need a random encryption and decryption. We're going to need lockdown of OS images and instances so that there are no vectors that an attacker might follow to attack another instance in the cloud. For wrapping attacks, what we need to do is validate that XML schema to use that validation to detect SOAP messages. Apply unauthenticated encryption in XML, in that XML encryption specification. So we want to make it so that it is impossible for somebody to take advantage of those SOAP messages. For man in the cloud attacks, one of the first things we need to do is have good email security and training our users so that somebody doesn't click on a link and get socially engineered. We need to harden our policies for token expiration so they don't expire so quickly. And also CASB, this Cloud Access Security Border. Implement a Cloud Access Security Border. Why? Because at that cloud border, We want to monitor traffic going to and from the cloud. But what about cloud hopper attacks? Multi-factor authentication. Another thing that we talk about quite a lot is identity management, right? And MFA is extremely important. We want to make sure that we have mutual coordination between the customers and CSP in case you get incidents and activities that seem abnormal. We want to make sure that customers are aware of the cloud service policies. These are very helpful in a cloud hopper. But what about crypto jacking? And one of the first things you want to do is have strong pass phrases. Have a policy that makes that important for the at the cloud service provider level and at the mainly this is going to be at the customer level that's making use of the cloud services. Always preserve 3 different copies of the data in different places and 1 copy off-site. All right, so we want to air gap that information. Next, we want to implement coin blocker URL and IP blacklist black holing in the firewall. Blacklist is a list of IP addresses that are known bad. We don't want them to be able to be used anywhere near our network. Black holing is when a malicious communication tries to make contact with our network. It just gets dropped. And now normally when communication doesn't make it to where it's going, that communication sends back, like for instance, an ICMP message to give the person initiating the communication some type of indication as to what happened, why the communication didn't make it. So I don't care if it's ICMP, I don't care if it's some other type of reporting. With black holding, nothing comes back. And that's really good because then the attacker can't use the feedback information for further attacks. Another one we have is cloud-borne attacks. And to protect against cloud-borne attacks, firmware needs to be on the update schedule. Not just your operating system, not just your applications, but the firmware also. So sanitize server firmware before it's assigned to new customers because it may contain information or and cause more attacks. So these are some of the specific attack countermeasures that we can do. But I want you to know that there are tools that can help with cloud security. A Qualys Cloud Platform, a very nice end-to-end security tool to help you to strengthen your cloud security posture. We also have Cloud Passage Halo, another extremely good one. Cipher Cloud, Prisma Cloud, McAfee Vision Cloud, and so many others. And so there's a lot that you can do to secure your cloud. There's a lot that you can do to secure your containers. There's a lot you can do to secure your container automation and orchestration with Kubernetes. And so there's a lot of technology layer upon layer upon layer when you're dealing with the cloud, when you're dealing with containerization, when you're dealing with the specialized attacks that can happen against the cloud infrastructure. We need to be vigilant and we need to map it out carefully and have well thought out and executed policies. So this brings us to the end of the cloud section. In the next section, we're going to spend a little time talking about an exciting topic, and that topic is pen testing. So that brings us to the end of this module, and we'll see you in the next module and in the labs. So let's start with some of the fundamentals of pen testing and benefits. If we look at pen testing, the question is, what in the world is it? Well, it's a type of security testing. And what we're doing is we're looking at a specific organization. We want to find out if they can withstand an attack, if their applications can withstand an attack, if their network, if their infrastructure, their systems, even their users and their physical security internally and externally can stand up to an attack. So what we want to do is find the efficacy of the current security policies of the organization that they've implemented all across that organization. We want to find out if their security controls are working. We want to find out if their security technologies are up to snuff. And so we're going to actively, and that's one of the key words with penetration testing, actively evaluate the security of the organization's infrastructure. How are we going to do that? By simulating an attack, similar to those performed by real attackers. Now, one of the keywords that differentiate pen testing is illustrated by this little story. So in two cases, we have business A and business B. All right. So for both of these businesses, there was a highly skilled hacker. And the highly skilled hacker pulled down information about the organization, its employees, and its business structure, and from there formulated an attack. So both business A and business B were attacked. First, there was an external scan, and at the same time there was an external scan, there was simultaneously some scripts that were written and social engineering used to gain access to the inside. Well, most of the scans were not too successful, except for one where the attacker was able to find an unguarded MySQL database that was running on a forgotten workstation, not even a server, it's somebody's workstation. And it was that MySQL database was installed with root privileges, allowing the attacker to use a technique using XP_CMD shell, and that allowed them to get to the underlying operating system, create a root account for themselves on that system, and then pivot from that system into many other systems in the internal part of the network, and from there contact command and control servers and exfiltrate credit card data, exfiltrate user data, set up other types of malware in other locations, and compromise the network. So this is identical what happened with organization A and organization B. Now, in organization A, they pursued the attacker and were able to, through law enforcement and very good forensic work, track him down, and he ended up going to jail. In building B, in business B, the person who did it got to walk around in a conference room after presenting a report on how he did it and what they can do to stop it, shake a lot of hands of people in suits, and they paid him $28,572.38. He walked away really happy. His whole team was like, woohoo, that was good. I like that. And the difference between these two is one word. And that word is permission. Permission. So in company A, the attacker, and it's not just called a hacker, now we're calling him an attacker, was there to steal, kill, and destroy. No permission. On company B, the hacker was there at the invitation of that organization with specific objectives and goals that were accomplished. So that's the big word that we need to look at with pen testing is permission. And I will even tell you this, that even with permission, pen testing can be difficult. We'll talk about that when we get towards the end of this module. Let's also have a look at some of the benefits, though, of a pen test. You get the vulnerabilities of the organization revealed, because you may think, hey, you know what? We have the latest equipment on our edge network. We have the latest endpoint protection. We update everything all the time. We have skilled employees, but you may not know that yet there are vulnerabilities that have not yet been discovered. And the only reason why the organization hasn't been utterly destroyed by attackers is because they don't know about it yet. and helps to show what the real risks are to the organization. And once the pen tester can give a report to the organization that can help them, it can help them with business continuity, reducing client-side attacks, establishing the status of the company. The security posture is what we call that, right? Of that company, and guard the reputation of that company. So imagine that there is a potential major investor for company A and another major investor for company B. Company A and company B both have never had a major cybersecurity attack. However, the investor looks at company A and they don't find any evidence that there's ever been a pen test. However, with company B, every year, twice a year, they undergo a pen test from different vendors to prove that their network internally and externally is up to snuff and as secure as it can be made. And if they're both equal, the investor might go with company B because he knows that they're less likely to be affected by cybersecurity crime. Also, when we're dealing with auditing, vulnerability assessment, pen testing, we have different ways of looking at things, and we don't want to get these terms mixed up. So a security audit, what does it do? We're just checking to make sure that wherever it is in the organization, that it's following the policies and procedures of the organization. So that's all it's doing. It's not checking to see if there are vulnerabilities or anything like that, just checking what's happening against the policies. That's a security audit. A vulnerability assessment discovers vulnerabilities in an information system, but doesn't give any indication of whether the vulnerabilities can actually be exploited or the amount of damage that can be caused if they are exploited. Whereas pen testing is a methodological, right? We do step by step, very, and in fact, in every area. So there's network pen testing, there's cloud pen testing, there is external network, internal network pen testing, and each of them has their own method, right? So it's very methodical approach to security assessment that encompasses the audit and the vulnerability assessment, and also demonstrates whether those vulnerabilities can actually be exploited in those systems by actual attackers. So that is pen testing. Let's look at some of the types of pen testing assessments. We have goal-oriented versus compliance-oriented versus red team-oriented. So 3 different types of pen testing. With goal-oriented, objective-oriented pen testing, this is driven by, well, guess what? Goals, right? We have objectives that are well-defined. Who is defining these objectives? It's the customer. The customer and the pen tester work together to define the objectives rather than defining the scope of the targets, right? So those are defined. And then the goal of the assessment is to define those goals, those objects of the pen test before you begin the pen test. And so what the pen tester does is checks to see whether they get to those goals, whether they achieve them, or if there are different ways to achieve the goal. So some examples. Here's the goal. Gain remote access to an internal network. So that is the goal. And so there may be many other potential objectives in an enterprise network, but this is your goal. Here's another one. Gain domain admin access, or gain access to credit card information, or create a denial of service attack against a website, or deface the website. So these are very goal-oriented. They can be very narrow. Like, for instance, defacing a website that may have nothing at all to do with any of the computers on premise, because the website might be hosted in the cloud or hosted in a co-location provider or something like that. So yeah, that could be very, very narrow. in terms of what you do with goal-oriented goal-oriented pen testing. Next, we look at compliance-oriented pen testing. So let's say that you are a hospital, or you are a clinic, or you work with medical files or patients. In this case, you're going to need to comply with HIPAA. Let's say that you're handling credit card data through your website or on-premise, and you're storing that and manipulating that data. You're going to need to comply with PCI DSS. And so compliance-oriented pen testing is driven by those compliance requirements. And the goal is to make sure that the organization is adhering to those compliance. So we need to make sure that the organization is compared against the appropriate frameworks, laws, standards, acts, etc. So an example of compliance-oriented pen testing is when we're doing an assessment against PCI DSS requirements. So that can be a fairly wide-ranging requirement depending on what you're doing, because PCI DSS really deals with a lot of protections against that credit card data. So for instance, you might try to breach the encryption, or so many other things I could think of that you can do to work to assess the implementation by that organization of PCI DSS requirements. The next one we have is red team-based pen testing. So what is a red team? A red team is an organization inside a company. And you can have a red team, and the purpose of the red team is to practice attacking the organization. And then there is a blue team. The purpose of the blue team is to practice defending the organization. And in some cases, you even have a purple team where you can draw from and use people from that purple team either as red team members or as blue team members. So as a red team-based pen testing, it's an adversarial goal-based assessment. What they're trying to do is be on that red team, on the attacker. They're mimicking the behavior of a real attacker. They're targeting the environment. And there's no specific driver. So here's an example that they give you here. An organization may ask you to conduct a security assessment for evaluating its overall security. And it may include assessing people, networks, application, physical security, etc. So what you do, we talked about the methodical approach that we apply to pen testing. And so let's say we start off with external network pen testing and OSINT. We gather a huge amount of information on the organization. And from the initial OSINT and the external pen test, we gather several different vectors that we can use to attack the organization. We designed 17 different social campaigns to try to get people to click on links, try to get them to answer questions in Facebook or Twitter, join groups in other locations. At the same time, we take our other part of our team and we have them dress up in a uniform and hold a switch, like an Ethernet switch in their hand, and try to see how far they can get into the building and if they can plant anything in the building. We also have another team that dresses as the same uniforms as the janitorial staff and uses that to just casually walk in after hours and plant in physical stuff. So we do the physical side of things. And then we scan the interior network. We scan every app, every database, and every one of these has a method, a specific method that we teach in our CPENT classes. At the end of this, what we're going to end up with is a very large report. That report's going to show every method we used, what it produced, and what can be done to protect the organization. So it is actually huge. If you're doing a red team oriented pen test, it can take a long time and it's pretty expensive. All right, now what we're going to do is we're going to discuss the strategies and phases of pen testing. And if we look at the strategies, they can be put together, or I guess we can call them or classify them in 3 different areas. Number 1 is black box. Number 2 is white box. And number 3 is gray box. And so each of these is a different approach. And so, for instance, with black box pen testing, the pen tester knows nothing about the network, knows nothing about, in some cases, even the organization, and they have to do everything from scratch. It takes a long time. In white box pen testing, you might be given information. Like, for instance, here's a company name, here's a IP addressing information, gives you everything. And then you pen test with some knowledge. So that is pretty helpful. Or it could be a gray box where you're given some information, but not all of the information. So those are the 3 major strategies. Another area to consider with pen testing is the process itself. One of the most important parts of pen testing is to define the scope. How much, what subnets, what systems, what's going to be tested, where is it going to be performed, is it remote, is it local, and who's going to do it. This is probably, I would say no, this is absolutely the most important part of pen testing. An example, I work periodically with pen testers, and one of them related to me a story of somebody he knew that had the pen test scope defined, and in part of his pen test, I believe it was a subnet that he found that just looked, wow, I really think I should investigate this. And he went outside of the scope and he investigated and pen tested that subnet. It could have been a system, I'm not sure what it was. But at that point, the organization with whom he had a contract considered that hacking and had him arrested. He got in big trouble. So getting that scope defined and staying within the scope is paramount for a commercial pen tester. Extremely important. So defining it, it's got to be written down. Both the pen test team and the teams that are engaging the pen tester need to understand and agree on that scope. The next one is the actual pen test, where you perform the pen test, gathering information, testing the environment, the applications, the network topology, the hardware, the firmware, the software, the wetware, that is human OS 1.0, testing the people and the physical security and everything. That's whatever is in the scope you need. If physical security is not in the scope, then you don't test physical security. If the Wi-Fi network is not in the scope, then you don't test the Wi-Fi network, right? So these go hand in hand. Once you've done all of the pen testing, then the way as a professional pen tester that you actually get paid is when you deliver the report listing the vulnerabilities, categorizing risks, recommending repairs, what you can do to fix this. You know, for instance, I remember I was dealing with a customer who had access to Active Directory, and they were looking around some of the tweaks you could make to Active Directory, and one of them looked like it would make the security stronger. And they said, hey, should I implement this in Active Directory? And I said, absolutely not. That will completely wreck your security for all of your computers in your entire domain. And he's like, oh, okay, no, I don't want to do that. And what if I wasn't there? What if he thought it was a good way to go and he misconfigured it? A pen tester could find that and list it as a high risk and say, what we want to do is we want you to change back to Active Directory integrated security or whatever it is that they need to do. And then the organization's knowledge workers, their cybersecurity and IT staff can go and render those repairs. All right, so in pen testing, there are actually several phases. Phase 1 is the pre-attack phase. Just like with any type of attack, even from an attacker that's, from a consortium that's attacking your site, they're going to have to gather information, pre-attack phase, and then the attack phase where you actually run the tests and exploit it, the vulnerabilities. And then there's the post-attack phase where you document everything. Actually, frankly, all the way along all of this, you're documenting every test, every result, all of the reasoning that you are using to run these tests. And then at the end, you organize all of that into a report, and then you report it. Now, there are many different pen testing methodologies. There's EC Council's LPT, Licensed Penetration Tester. There's IBM, ISS, McAfee Foundstone. There are open source methodologies like OSSTMM, ISSAF, NIST, OWASP, CREST, and many others. Now, obviously, the best one known to man is EC Council's LPT. I'm just kidding. Actually, this is just one of many, and it works very well. But I'll tell you what, a lot of these work very well also. And you'll find that these methodologies, they have a lot of similarities. So if you're using EC Council's LPT versus OSSTMM, you'll find that really you're following just about the same path. Just about the same path as you'll follow for OWASP, but with differences in each one of them that have to be tailored to the environment. Another issue to keep in mind if you want to be a professional pen tester is you might have an organization with whom you engage to do a pen test, and they might ask you, what methodology are you using? And you might tell them, I'm using EC Council's LPT, and they might tell you, well, hey, for this pen test, we really want you to use CREST, or ISS, or OSSTMM. And then as a pen tester, you'll say, that is a methodology that I don't always use, but I'll study that. And if you want me to use it, we'll use it. And then you just read through it and follow the methodology and use the one that your customer wants.